would not hear me, it would very, very, very much make me and my puppy very happy if you could hit that like button.
Give an answer to that. And ultimately, when you press them, John Kerry in particular, I pressed, and he would say, well, we need to defend international norms. Like, what the hell's an international norm? I don't know what it is, but I'm not interested in putting U.S. servicemen and women in harm's way to defend one.
Agreed.
Amen.
So I opposed the Syria attack and opposed it vocally. And it was interesting. Rand and I agreed. Rand's a friend of mine, but we agreed with that position for different reasons. What I was asking is I think the question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration.
That was Tucker's question to you. Shout out to Stable Coffee. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So let me guess. They think of themselves as the good guys. Yep, that's the playbook. It's nothing so far. I have not seen anything different than the other regime change wars that we've been getting into my entire life. So as someone who's America first, my default is going to be like, we should not do this. We should not be involved. We should not be celebrating this. We should not any of that stuff. And I'm willing to change my mind. I understand that sometimes war is necessary, but you got to make that case first, not after. They always say, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. I mean, if that's the way you want to go, then don't ask me to trust you.
The question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration couldn't give me an answer, so I opposed it. I think Iran is very different.
Let me ask what you think of how Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular leader in a religious and ethnically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you said is you said he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out. What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a long...
How did Assad get kicked out?
Yeah. When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple of months ago, he and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, and they took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad. And that ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now, I don't know.
So you don't think that, and I don't, it is very confusing, and I don't know that anyone really knows all the details, but you don't think that Israel or Turkey or NATO ally Turkey played any role in toppling Assad?
I don't know. I don't know that they did.
Then why, okay, figure that out first.
Look, my understanding of that, they clearly took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah. They've decimated Hezbollah, but Hezbollah was waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America, too. I mean, Hezbollah hated us.
Yeah, I mean, good for Israel. Oh my goodness. Good for Israel and America, too, I suppose. That's not America first, homie. Shout out to United in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. And yes, I very do much appreciate those likes. Welcome to the party. We also do have, guys, our running poll. Regime change in Iran is necessary. Agree, disagree, or I'm not sure yet. And it is pretty split, so get your vote in. Thank you, you heard what I was about to call you.
Waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America, too. I mean, Hezbollah hated us. I would put Assad in the category of an unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad, I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned.
Yep, you're not really doing a good job of quelling those concerns. At least not yet.
Let me step back and let's talk regime.
I'm just going to point out this is the second time. So let's step back. Okay, but you seem to be flailing a bit.
Regime change generally. I mentioned Syria. I also opposed the Iraq War. I think the Iraq War was a serious mistake. And we have a pattern, and going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist.
I don't even know if I agree that that is a false dichotomy, that an interventionist or isolationist. If anything, it's more up the spectrum, that you're more on the side of isolation, or you're more on the side of what the word, the wars. I think it's not about having a third position. It's about where you are on that spectrum.
And going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist. The interventionists advocate over and over again, there's a bad guy, there's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. And you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over, and they start killing Americans. And mind you, how the heck does that help us? Like, Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him. And you ended up having ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein.
So how is this different? How do you know that this isn't going to result in the same type of thing?
Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy, that under Obama, we toppled him. And you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so
the only way that he comes out of this with a pro-interventionist position here is to say, those were bad, but these are good because they're different in such and such way. And I'm not hearing it. We just started, but I'm not hearing it.
And it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan? And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think with Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point, you say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know. So, right. But other than that, I don't hear anything I disagree with at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're in a complete agreement. I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure. Defeating the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War. That was the most consequential step for U.S. national security interests of our lifetimes.
I feel like that is not like, okay, yeah, fine, I'll take that. But that was a while ago. We've had a lot of regime change wars since then, and they've all failed. So again, the question is, how is this different?
Okay. And so you would classify that as a regime change that we affected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Look, you and I are in my office. We're sitting next to a painting of Reagan in front of the Brandenburg Gate. And up top are the words, tear down this wall, in German, in the style of the graffiti.
Right.
And I think those are the most important words any leader has said in modern times. And if you look at how Reagan waged the Cold War, and Reagan is very much my model for how to, I actually think how Reagan took on the Soviet Union is exactly how we should take on China.
Fair enough, but let's understand that a lot of MAGA is not the same lifelong Republican people who liked Reagan that much. And there may be a lot in Trump that is similar to Reagan that people appreciate, but not the strong point that you think it is.
Now, starting from the point, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. In 8 years, the biggest country Reagan ever invaded was Grenada. He was very reluctant to use U.S. military force.
He didn't respond after the 83 barracks bombings.
You're right. Yeah, he made the judgment that the risk exceeded the benefits. And that's a very rational decision to make. And it's
okay. And so now you need to do that with Iran.
Reflected, Trump has made those same decisions where he is willing to use military force, but he very much asks, okay, is this good or bad for America? Does this endanger U.S. servicemen and women or not? And one of the points about the Cold War, look, nobody in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union. The two biggest nuclear powers on Earth firing bullets at each other is really unhealthy for human beings. Same thing is true with China. Nobody with any sense says, hey, let's go to war with China. That's really dumb, and a whole lot of people could die. But the Cold War showed we've got lots of tools short of sending the Marines to fight against a regime. And one of the most important tools is the bully pulpit. And so when I say I support regime change, I actually think just simply laying out what the Ayatollah does. And so I spend a lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against human rights abuses.
Okay, and so what do they tell you that makes you comfortable that whatever you're trying to topple isn't going to be replaced by something worse, like we always see? And I said, even that one Soviet collapse could be argued that it was a fail. They continued to be used as an enemy and an excuse to continue the military-industrial complex. Fail. And I mean, it's not like Russia is not a problem because of the Soviet Union. So, I mean, not the strong point that we have. John said, forgot that you were already here, but welcome back. The U.S. dollar is our most prolific weapon, and that's another way that even if we're not dropping bombs and all that stuff, if we're sending all this money like we did with Ukraine and Israel for that matter, but at least Israel is a legit ally, then that's war too. That's war too.
A lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against human rights abuses. I think shining a light on the depravity of leaders is a really powerful tool that America has.
Should we limit our activity to that?
It depends. Again,
because the U.S. government pays opposition groups, militarized opposition groups in Iran to overthrow the government. We've done it in a lot of different places, as you know. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's very different from what you're describing. You're saying we're making moral cases. We did for 7 years with the Soviets. Our system works. Yours doesn't.
Yep.
And I think we made a credible case for that. And we beat them over 70 years economically.
And that was a huge part of it.
Right. I think everyone would agree that was the main part of it. We didn't beat them in Vietnam, North Korea.
The main part of it, but it was tied to a military buildup. So I think it was two things. It was one, the clarity. So Reagan came.
Okay, here comes the cope, guys. Here comes the cope. But really quick, before we do that, let's just check this out. The show, the party rages on 24/7 over in our Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat and is absolutely free to join 24/7. We're in there hanging out, having a great time. And guys, it is absolutely free. However, if you are a member of this channel here on YouTube, you can scroll right below that video and hit that join button. Starts at $2.99. There's a few different tiers, but $2.99 will get you in. It gets you members only live streams here on YouTube, all that other good stuff. But it opens up the full Discord server. So we've got the free chat that is open to anyone. Anybody can join and talk. But as you can see, that is just one of our channels. There's a bunch of different channels here, including our Disciple chat for members only, our Word of the Day watch party, where we're talking about all this stuff. And of course, we have the voice channel here, where we are hanging out at this moment. Shout out to everybody in the Discord server. Say hello and tell them to come and join. There you go, guys. Simple as that. See you there. Hey, and of course, guys, don't forget that after party is indeed for members only. But if you join the free chat, that link at the top of the chat right there, you get a day pass to the after party. Come on through.
But it was tied to a military buildup. So I think it was two things. It was one, the clarity. So Reagan came in and he described the Soviet Union as an evil empire.
Right.
And all of the intelligentsia in DC, all the Democrats, all the media, they're like, what a horrible thing to say. You can't say that. Reagan went to the United Kingdom and he said, Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. People were horrified. They asked him, all right, what's your strategy in the Cold War? He said, very simple. We win, they lose. And that was all viewed as sort of a Philistine simplicity. And I think it was exactly right. And laying that out, speaking. Do you know the backstory behind the Berlin Wall speech?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
You probably know Peter Robinson, who was the speechwriter.
Yes.
So 3 times the State Department deleted those words from that speech. And 3 times Reagan wrote it back. And the State Department argued, they said, Mr. President, you can't say this. This is too bellicose. This is too provocative. And my favorite, they said, this is too unrealistic. The Berlin Wall will stand till the end of time. And Reagan said, look, this is the whole point of the speech. And less than 3 years after Reagan gave that speech, the Berlin Wall was torn to the ground. And it wasn't knocked down by American Army tanks. We didn't shoot missiles at it. It was shining truth and light that tore it down. It was also rebuilding the American military. It was what was then pejoratively called Star Wars, where the Soviet Union, their economy couldn't match our military buildup, and it bankrupted them. That's an
okay, so how is that going to be the way that this plays out and not Iraq and Syria and Libya and all those things? Hey, shout out to Funk Master General. Welcome to the party with the 25 dollar make you holla. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. Thank you so very, very much. Funkmaster said this will be much worse than Iraq. I hope not. It's just another reason to be in the good graces of the Overlord. He alone can save us. Of course, he's busy licking his junk or ears deep in the jar of peanut butter. That's what he does. That's what he does. Hail Morty indeed. Thank you so very, very much. And guys, don't forget that $2 check out that goal. Every $2 is a push-up that I got to do at the end of this stream. You guys got to bulk me up. Look how freaking skinny I am. Thank you, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream.
Union, their economy couldn't match our military buildup, and it bankrupted them. That's an example of peace through strength.
I wonder, I mean, is there anybody who was alive in 1989 who wouldn't trade that America for the one we live in now? There's not one person, I don't think.
Oh, sure.
But I mean,
nope.
Just the basic metrics, debt, suicide rate, life expectancy. I wonder why after that victory, America didn't thrive in the way that we thought that it would, that I thought that it would. My family was involved.
Maybe because regime change is not a good way to build your own country.
In that, I mean, we were very focused on it in my house. Like
Yeah.
we won, and I wonder two things: why didn't the United States kind of declare victory and make some sort of arrangement with Russia that allowed like mutual prosperity rather than continuing a Cold War? And second, I wonder why the United States didn't get a lot better. Like, why don't we have better infrastructure? Why don't we have fewer homeless? Why do we have all these drugs? Like, if we won, why does our country look like this? I walked across from Union Station this morning, as you do, I'm sure, every day, and all these people lying in the street and sleeping outside. It's like, what is that? Sleeping outside Union Station.
So look,
Meaning the just mountainous and not so simple. We just drone bomb everything. You're gonna need people in there. You're gonna need it, and I don't like it.
I'm focused abroad, and not enough time focused on the people sleeping outside Union Station.
so look, I absolutely think we need to focus at home emphatically, and we need to focus
But
on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses, American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen. I'm 1,000% there. I also recognize it is a dangerous world, and part of the responsibility of leaders, part of President Trump's responsibility, is to keep America safe. Let's go back to where we started.
But can I ask, you've been in the district a long time in D.C., so have I. And the city's way more dangerous, and Congress runs this city.
No, it's a
yup. Shout out to Frank. Welcome to the party. He said, give him beers. I don't know about all that, but we will dilly for ourselves. Welcome to the party.
complete crapple.
So I'm saying, like, no Iranian's ever going to kill me, but I could get carjacked here.
Well,
and I just don't understand how the Congress could run this city and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage.
Okay,
it's garbage.
But Congress,
So Frank's saying don't even go there. It's not Iraq. And I'm assuming this is in response to Funkmaster. So, Don was saying, with the geography that Iraq is just a pool table when there's all these mountains in Iran. So what do you think? Why is it, why are they off base?
City and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage.
Okay,
it's garbage.
But Congress doesn't run the city. We could.
Congress does run the city. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, but they've given home rule, so it's a Democrat mayor.
Take it back. You control the Congress.
I'd vote for it, but it is a question of math.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, why? How can people ignore? It's like if my own kids are drug addicts, but I'm focused on my neighbor's kids, it's like I'm neglecting my own kids. And there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country that elected them in favor of this relentless focus on other people's problems.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Dilly to that. You could say all you want about who Tucker was on Fox News and all that stuff, but to act like he's not America First today, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
But I'm focused on my neighbor's kids. It's like I'm neglecting my own kids. And there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country that elected them in favor of this relentless focus on other people's problems. That's the way it feels as an American.
Look, there are lots of problems in America that we need to fix. Why is DC a pit Because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys. And in every city,
It has nothing to do with all this waste, fraud, and abuse, this lobbying, these incestuous, what do they call it, the revolving door, all that kind of stuff. It's not that. It's the mayor. It's just the mayor. So maybe we should have a regime change in D.C. Frank said, "Look at what's happening in Israel. They were taken by surprise." Okay. But go on. Cook, brother, cook.
Because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys. And in every city you see across the country, whether it's New York, whether it's Chicago, whether it's LA, whether it's San Francisco, if you have Democrats, we see the LA riots where they won't let people be arrested. All right.
Then why not work in regime change here?
Why not use the
bully
I
pulpit?
do. What do you think I do every day? And
I never see a Republican senator stand up and say, I just walked to work this morning over people dying of drug ODs. We're going to shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin. Like, what did Putin do to Washington? Nothing.
Look, in terms of regime change, let's talk this week. The riots in LA. I've made very clear that the cause of those riots are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And when you elect communists who hate America, who stop law enforcement from arresting criminals, you get what you get on the street.
Amen. I agree.
Okay, but I'm not trying to be like, well, Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom are great. Absolutely not. But to act as if it wasn't a little bit more about the Biden administration letting so many people, letting so many people into this country, it feels like you're just saying that because you just made the point about DC, and so you're trying to make a parallel, and we all hate Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, so it works. But that's not the point that you were making.
Communists who hate America, who stop law enforcement from arresting criminals, you get what you get on the street.
Amen. I agree.
My in-laws are Californians, and they're wonderful people. That Heidi grew up on the Central Coast of California, and I remember.
Heidi. Shout out to John Sparrow. Welcome. Said, without the sale of weapons of war to Israel, where would the Pentagon be today? They must appear that they are protecting us with wars and rumors of wars. Bingo. Yep, that's the game. That's where the money is. They don't make money if we're not at war. Welcome to the party.
My in-laws are Californians, and they're wonderful people. That Heidi grew up on the Central Coast of California, and I remember I was texting with my mother-in-law, and I think I sent her a video of criminals going into a store and just looting in California. And her response, she said something like, well, this is really terrible. I wish we could. It's a shame we can't do anything about this. I said, yes, you can. Go in and arrest them. Throw their butts in jail. Put them in handcuffs. 100%. And it stops.
Exactly.
Yep.
And so we know how to fix these things. And D.C. is, I think D.C. voted, if I remember right, 92% Democrat. Democrat policies don't work, and they destroy every community that they are in charge of.
Then why don't Republicans assert their constitutional authority over the city? Don't they control the Congress?
Yeah.
But because they're all neocons and rhinos, then because Trump is in there doesn't mean that they all are going to follow suit and become different people that they have been for their entire careers.
Yes, I'd be all for it.
Who's against it?
Susan Collins is really vocally against it. So on questions of home rule, so for example, let's take an issue you and I care a lot about, the COVID lockdowns. I had a couple of years ago in the middle of them. DC was proposing, the DC school district was proposing throwing out of school any child that was not vaccinated. And at the time, if I remember correctly, it was something like 40% of the African-American students in DC were not vaccinated. So I'm talking about literally throwing out.
Those Californians, they just cannot stop being racist.
40% of the kids at public school. And so I had a vote on the Senate floor to say, look, they can't throw kids out of school for this. And we ended up having a big argument. And part of the argument was home rule, where and Susan was the most vocal Republican. That's like, no, we have to let DC run. And I'm like, why? Constitution gives us the power to do it. And it ended up, by the way, every single Democrat, all of them, voted in favor of the DC public schools being able to throw out 40% of the black kids from school. And I said, look, you throw it.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Really quick, guys, could you do me a huge favor and share the video? It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling YouTube, I want more people to see this, they will show it to more people. Shout out to Box in the building. Welcome. said, I am no Tucker fan, but he freaking jumped off the top rope on Lion Ted. Indeed, he did. Indeed, he did. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
Schools being able to throw out 40% of the black kids from school. And I said, look, you throw a kid out of school, you got a 14, 15-year-old boy, you throw him out of school. You know what's going to happen next. He's going to join a gang. He's going to engage in crimes. He's going to engage in drugs. He could be dead within 5 years.
And that's not necessarily a racial thing, but, you know, we see the trends in different types of environments.
If that kid doesn't get an education, and the Democrats were more than happy to say, we don't care. Right now, our religion is get the vaccine or to hell with you.
But can you see, I mean, once again, I couldn't agree with you more, but can you feel the frustration of people, including your voters, every American, at the emphasis on foreign countries and the threat we supposedly face, a lot of which is fake, obviously, over the kind of slowly unfolding tragedy of what's happening to our country. The dollars spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with, the endless support for Israel, very expensive, when people are literally buying groceries on credit in the United States. Can you feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other country?
All right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel, very expensive.
And going back to Don, where is he looking? He's not looking at Tucker. He's looking off to his left. It's not a direct science, but you can tell he's about to bullshit.
You feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other country.
All right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel, very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell
Too much.
Tell me, you vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year is the military assistance.
Is that the only assistance?
Yeah, we just have military assistance. Israel does not have additional assistance. There's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and it's $3 billion a year.
So what is it costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's go back to the touchstone on foreign policy, American interest. Our support, our military support for Israel is massively in America's national security interest,
what does it cost?
It benefits us enormously.
Well, before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a year.
No, that's the aid, but I mean, the cost.
That's just the cash that we give them. What is the cost of actually, the whole enchilada? Shout out to Cato99. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Said, would every one of the Qatari APAC funded actors are under the control of the same entity simulation? Yep, they're all in the same club. All of them. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
Defending Israel, do you know?
$3 billion a year.
That's the aid, but I mean, the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know. And there's some lag when the administration.
But I'm totally in favor of it. I have no idea how much it costs, but I'm totally in favor of it.
Administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces. And so President Trump has.
It's almost like there's a whole bunch of corruption when it comes to foreign aid.
The administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces. And so President Trump has made some decisions that we'll know the cost over time, but I don't know the last week. I don't have visibility on that. The annual cost is $3 billion. It's a 10-year memorandum of understanding, and that's the principal driver of the cost. But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares.
Do we know?
The Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so.
Yeah. Why do you think that is? Because they hate us for our freedoms? Is that what we're going on? They hate us for our freedoms, guys. It has nothing to do with all of these regime change wars that you're in favor of, that you can't articulate why and have no idea how much it will cost. Nah, they hate us for our freedoms.
People who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance with Israel, it would cost, I don't know, $30 billion, $300 billion.
So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot.
Really?
We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do.
Yep, John's spot on. Like, without ongoing wasteful use of our tax money to Israel, they would be nothing. They would be nothing. And like Ben Shapiro, he was like, I'm America first because Israel is the top priority. Like, shut up.
Intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other.
Oh, well, you know.
And I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about
You could have easily said no, but it's, part of, intelligence, blah, 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 blah. And I say, you know what? I'm not sure I'm against other countries spying on us. I'm not sure.
I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all. Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us. And I'm not.
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that. And by the way, I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know. Hold on. I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest.
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several presidents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think.
Well, I'm not for that at all. Okay. I think it's disgusting. But we don't actually pay their. We're not their most meaningful sponsor. We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
I gotta say, and this is it's weird.
Weird. Shout out to Box News. Welcome to the party. United said, I have the Constitution hanging by my front door. Does anyone else have it? Have one in their house? I don't think I do. But still very, very important. Yeah, I was just looking at that. I'm trying to go figure it out, but we'll get it. We'll get it there. Yeah, never go full Ziegler. Weird. The prince isn't going to save the princess. Shut up.
Sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
I gotta say, and this is it's weird. We're talking about isolationists, the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel?
Oh, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are. And like the question, Israel spies on us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess. No. I'm.
That's a weird straw man. I think if you ask, are you okay with Russia spying on you? Are you okay with China spying on you? Are you okay with Argentina spying on you? The answer would be no. But we're not giving billions of dollars to those countries to fight wars. That's why.
I'm hardly the one who's. I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel?
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but
that wasn't an answer.
It's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship and relationship.
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. Is it
though?
AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole.
Yeah, not a whole lot. Just money for Israel. That would be a yes. Bingo. Yep. Box says, I just hopped on a second account after I found out they just what? What else is new?
It's for the America-Israeli Political Action.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen, I came into Congress.
Yo, quick, a little side quest. As I was looking for why Don's other account is not here. Your community is off, this says. So maybe you guys are going to be able to post community tab stuff on my thing. So check that out, I guess.
13 years ago,
Yes.
with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC.
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable.
Oh, sorry. I was just making a projection.
AIPAC and AIPAC.
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
It's objective.
When care to elaborate, Ted?
When was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Name one.
Okay. Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive.
No.
I want to get to
like, oh, if we can do a deep dive, then I don't have to answer your very first question, or the very first question that I asked you. How do we have a regime change that's not the same as all these other regime changes?
The core question: AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government, and I don't. It's not.
No.
It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay, so it's not has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay, but it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No. And
right, well, educate us, bro. Educate us, bro. So Don, whenever you're whenever you leave or after the stream, send me some kind of DM or tag me in a post or something. I can't figure it out here, but I do want to fix that for you.
Contact do you think AIPAC leaders have for the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC. Do you think there's not nearly strong enough?
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and government? Sure. Like if.
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington. I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans.
Slow it down, baby. You're the one that wanted to back. Let's back up. Let's back up. Let's back up. Now you're jumping the gun.
Who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it
have you been? Well, actually, yes.
Outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah, and why aren't they?
Why aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
Okay, they're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is.
Are they American? And do they lobby? Sounds foreign to me.
There's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp. These are very reasonable questions. And you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
being feverish about it, which I'm not at all.
Hey, shout out to Matthew King. Welcome to the party. Said, hearing the way these guys are talking is giving me Iraq war and what's GWIT? But the Flash. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Welcome to the party.
And you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said isolationist.
You did, bro. You literally did. Now you're lying about stuff that has happened in this conversation.
These are very reasonable questions, and you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said isolationist.
Being feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender
WMDs, man. Those WMDs.
Spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So wait, I want to hear that.
Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said isolationist.
Being feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So
it's classic projection, because like he's the one getting defensive, but because he is in the position where he feels like he is justified, and there's hard questions coming at him. It's like, why aren't you just accepting the things that I'm saying to you? You're getting triggered. As he, scrunches up his face and all this stuff. Like, no, bro, that's you. That's you.
I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker, all right, let's go back.
Now we're backing up again.
I was first elected to the Senate in 2012. I came in Obama's second term. And I actually saw AIPAC be badly wounded in a way they never came back from. And the second term is when Obama did the Iran nuclear deal. And the Iran nuclear deal, I think, was catastrophic. And AIPAC went all in lobbying against it.
Yeah.
And they failed. And I was the leading opponent of the Iran nuclear deal.
Oh, I know. They definitely failed. Yes.
They failed. And what happened, the Obama White House told every Democrat, when I got here, there used to be real bipartisan support for Israel. That has largely disappeared. And it's the Obama nuclear deal that caused it, because the Obama White House told every Democrat, pick. You either stand with Israel or you're a Democrat and you stand with the Obama White House. And almost every single Democrat member of Congress said, I'm a Democrat first, to hell with Israel. And then I
mean, hey, all right, I'll take it. I'll take it. And said Ted is dangerously close to revealing directly he is benefiting. I mean, again, we all know it, but yeah, he's right there about to say it. Yeah. What's his face? Tucker asked him directly, and what did we get? A pivot. You got to give him credit for being a politician. He is definitely the politician.
Almost every single Democrat member of Congress said, I'm a Democrat first, to hell with Israel. And then I watched as AIPAC, every one of those Democrats got reelected, and AIPAC did nothing about it. And it dramatically reduced AIPAC's influence.
I agree. I watched it happen.
And by the way, I told AIPAC, I said, look, the analogy, if the NRA was supporting a bunch of politicians and cared about the Second Amendment, and you had politicians that vote to confiscate people's guns, and the NRA turned around and raised money for the people who voted to confiscate guns, you know what? No one would ever care what they said again.
So you're making the case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all.
You're projecting, Teddy boy. Again, Funk Master General with another $10. Thank you so very, very much. It doesn't just have to be him, folks. It doesn't just have to be him. 99 cents will count towards the goal. Buckmaster said, let's lobby for Lord Morty's birthday to become a national holiday. I'm here for it. The only thing is, his birthday is sometime late August or early September, but the day that I got him was Halloween, and I feel like that would be cooler. We would overtake Halloween. I'm with it. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Very much appreciated. Out sponsoring yourself.
I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all, because it's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. They talk with them. I don't.
Remember, guys, we got to hit the goal in order for any push-ups to be done. So every $2 is a push-up, but we have to hit the goal to make it. So we are 13 super chats of any donation, 99 cents works, or another $20, and we hit it.
You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. They talk with them. I don't know what they do.
But why don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government?
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of a foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, I'm working from Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. And if I don't, I can go to jail. People have gone to jail, including people I know. Okay.
But yet you, sir, are sitting here right in front of me.
So I don't understand why we don't just be honest and say they're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. They're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true.
Honesty? We can't do honesty.
That is false.
They're not.
See?
Not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money? What? For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
I get it. I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do is, in my last election, AIPAC endorsed me. And they'll host a fundraiser. They'll host a fundraiser in Dallas or Houston or Atlanta or New York or LA. And they'll do a fundraiser and they'll get someone who will host it. And it's usually a business owner, lawyer, doctor, or someone who host it. And you get typically at an AIPAC fundraiser, 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 people who live in that city,
right?
Who care about a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. Yeah. And if they have, 50 people, each of them writes a $1,000 check and you raise $50,000.
Yeah, I've been to an AIPAC fundraiser. Okay. I know what it looks like.
But that is...
You're mansplaining, Ted. You're mansplaining.
And by the way, there's no representative of the Israeli government there. You have, when you're in Dallas,
This
you're
is
meeting
such a
with
false and silly conversation. I know all this. The question is are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Yes. The answer is yes. I don't know how you can, like, it would be better for his position to be like, well, yeah, of course, but, and then make his point. By trying to dance around the very clear answer, you're making yourself look untrustworthy. Shout out to Josie. Welcome to the party. Ted Cruz, the type of guy that'll bail on you once the storm arrives. All Texans. Oof, that is a rough one. Welcome to the party. Let's see, Don, I'm just waiting for this. Yeah. Cool story, Ted. What is going on here? Good. All right, we'll get it. It'll come up. Give me a sec.
Question is are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Okay, that's
a really
different
simple
from
question.
lobbying on behalf of.
It's a simple question. Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And I'm just going to ask you a question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Hey, are they shaped by? Is that?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking
to
with them?
represent
Yes.
the Israeli
Israel
government?
directing them? What are you want to talk about? FARA, the law on lobbying on behalf of someone.
Yeah.
It is I hire you and you
getting triggered, but we gotta stop for our boy Don with the the $20 PayPal. Guys, that hits the goal. I now have to do 25 push-ups at the end of this stream, and guys, the number can still keep going. Thank you so very, very much, guys. The goal has been met. Let's bulk me up. I'm too skinny. I'm down to do more. Just keep them coming. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
What are you want to talk about? FARA, the law on lobbying on behalf of someone.
Yeah.
It is I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No, they are not lobbying on behalf of them. Do they care about them? Yes, but
do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics.
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody. I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You've said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to.
You also came out in the first words you said were, I'm for regime change.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing.
Weird. Come on, Ted. You're going full Ziegler. Don't go full Ziegler. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Bucks, chipping in with the $5. Thank you so much. And you guys completely emptied the last one, but we are full again. We've got plenty of treats for Morty. Thank you so very much. Bucks said, why would you need any money to lobby Congress to begin with? PACs aside, it's free to ask for a thing. And if your party is in charge, then you don't really have to do much, what should we call it? Convincing, right? Thank you. Very, very much, sir. Diving back in.
And you seem to be sincere.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing.
Weird.
The obsession with Israel. When we're talking about foreign countries,
hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese.
Hold on a minute here. Didn't you just take issue with Tucker saying that you were saying that he was obsessed with Israel? You know, I never said that. Well, you said it now.
The obsession with Israel. When we're talking about foreign countries,
hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese. You're not talking about the Brits. You're not talking about the French. The question: what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now. Senator,
you're asking the question, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
I don't think he said the Jews. I think he said Israel. Israel is a country. Jews are people.
Tucker, you're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly saying that. And I have.
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
Shout out to Tucker handling this beautifully. I agree. Whoever said before that he could have gone harder, but I think this is an example of let someone use enough rope to hang themselves. It's not looking good for him. Shout out to Depot. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Welcome to the party. So changing regime in Iran will help them remove sanctions, and India will heavily benefit from it. Good for India. So then maybe they should be sending shit over there. I am the Indian Jesus, but I am American as fuck. And hey, I'm not against helping India if it's gonna hurt America or take all the shit that we can use to help our country. But welcome to the party.
Saying that, and I have
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than
it was a dog whistle. You see how this woke shit goes both ways. You're trying to say, oh, you don't like the Jews, without saying you don't like the Jews. And then I never said that, even though you literally did say that. Shout out to Josie with the 199. Thank you so very, very much. So 10 has cuck hair. Oh, a cuck chair. He has a cuck chair in the bedroom. Oh, Heidi. I love when you get pork so good. Good one. Well, not welcome to the party. Thank you so very, very much. And that is another push-up. Thank you so very much.
Trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy feline way implying it or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
No, it's about Israel. Maybe you don't see a difference between a country and the people. That would make you an anti-Semite. Projection. It just doesn't get better than that. You're the bad thing that I am. Okay, dude.
To do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
You said, I'm asking you.
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
Yeah, you are. See, that's the difference. We talk about goodwill in these conversations, and this didn't necessarily need to be a debate, but it certainly is now. And so when we talk about these debates, there's tactics and ways to approach things. But if you want to get to the place where you can call somebody a sleazy feline and it is justified and is reasonable within the context of that conversation, you need to build up that goodwill. And so Ted's out here talking, throwing anti-Semitism without actually throwing anti-Semitism, dancing around questions. And, it's bullshit. And so, yeah, you are a sleazy feline. Tucker is not, in fact, an anti-Semite. That's the difference.
You said, I'm asking you.
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about—
Guys, don't forget that YouTube is not the best with censorship, and we are live on Rumble. Same name, same thing. You can say whatever you like over there.
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Okay. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position.
Just let's go. Let's go, Tucker. So to be clear, I did bring up wokeness. I don't think that Ted Cruz is on the woke right per se. But in the same way that we look at the woke left and we could say, oh, that's a woke tactic. It's kind of using some woke tactics, man.
It's defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Okay. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's
EBT?
That's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my question?
Like I don't watch this shit.
I'll answer any question you like.
Way. You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So, shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended. I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
you just called me a sleazy feline.
It is sleazy.
But you are.
Easy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government
You
is
want to
run.
count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about
I
AIPAC?
never asked about.
Yeah, if we go through, let's actually do that. Let's actually go through the transcript and see if he even mentioned the word Jews in that context. So we'll do a Control F and Jews. So we're talking about all of these. Where's the first one? The first one in the entire. Oh, we'll go this way. That's 44 minutes. Where are we at? Okay. Keep going back. 43, 42. What about the Jews? None of these are, that's him. That's Cruz saying, projecting that you're saying the Jews. He has specifically, always said Israel. Shout out to Josie. Again. Weird. May as well start calling Ted Cruz Snow White. Thank you. And of course, another swole stream push up. Thank you so very, very much.
Questions about how my government is
You want to
run.
count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about
I
AIPAC?
never asked about the Jews. I have. This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government. And once again, shame on you for conflating the two.
That's anti-Semitic.
They have nothing to do with each other. I'm talking about the influence
Israel
of
and Jews have nothing
Yeah, it could have, but it didn't.
to do with each
No.
other.
All Jews, or an attack on all Jews, which I am not, nor would I ever be undertaking. Now, I'm not attacking anybody.
By the way, that's who Iran wants to kill, is all the Jews and all the Americans.
And I'm totally opposed to that, okay? But now, because
Except you don't want to do
specific
anything about it.
decisions need to be made.
We can talk about those decisions.
And I plan to.
Good.
But I just want to get a sense of whether you think, having described yourself as an America First person whose only criterion for judgment on foreign policy is America's national interest, to what extent you're influenced by a foreign government, which gives you a lot of money through its lobby. And you're claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you.
Not at all. And he couldn't even say, no, I don't like that they're spying on us. He could say, I understand why, but no, of course I don't like it. And no. Shout out to a Maverick being frank. Said, what's up? Come sign my petition to deport all atheists. I'm good. Oh, so we got a war hawk. All right. Welcome to the party, Mr. Warhawk.
Money through its lobby. And you're claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you. And I'm sort of wondering, like, what is this? This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer any question you like, but let's try to...
Are you going to call me an anti-Semite again or no?
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little.
You're the one.
Well, then stop again. Oh, this fucking pisses me off because it's like, this is exactly what happens whenever somebody comes on this platform and is on their bullshit. And I'm sitting there quietly, patiently letting them do whatever. And then finally I get pissed off and they're like, well, why are you getting so crazy? Why are you getting so emotional? Maybe because you're an asshole.
Question you like, but let's try to...
Are you going to call me an anti-Semite again or no?
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little.
You're the one who went to motive. I'm asking honest questions.
I'm
just asking questions. Yes, that's it. That is what I'm doing.
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little bit. You do and I do. Well, you're just bought and paid for by the NRA. And that actually is backwards. I believe in the Second Amendment because I believe in the Constitution. Now, am I proud that the NRA supports me? Sure, because people who care about the Second Amendment want to support leaders who fight for it. But it gets it backward. Look, AIPAC, when I ran...
Yeah, okay, so now do AIPAC. Why can you not say that, yes, I support this and I like this money because it does good for America? Instead of be like, no, well...
For the Senate, AIPAC didn't support me. I supported Israel before they supported me. I'm happy to have their support.
Tel Aviv Ted!
Because they share my objective.
No, but you're missing it. I'm not suggesting that you're bought and paid for. I'm not saying that.
I am.
Go back
Views are sincere.
I want to go back and take the transcript because you just said a minute ago, I'm slightly paraphrasing, but are you lobbying for a foreign government because they pay you a lot of money? That's basically what you said.
No, he asked you if you received money. And you waffled.
You are suggesting
that. Let me just be clear about what I think. Your views seem totally sincere.
Yes.
You take money from people who agree with you.
Yeah.
I believe that. I take
money from people who disagree with me.
I'm only trying to get to the question of to what extent is the U.S. government influenced by other governments? And it's a lot.
Of
and
course,
it's hardly just Israel. It's hardly just Israel. I don't think Israel's the main one. There are lots of governments. China is a massive influence on the city.
And it's a huge
As
problem.
you know, I couldn't agree more. And there are lots of other, the UK, which is a truly sinister place, in my opinion, as a ethnic Brit, I can say. I think that's my view. Maybe you disagree.
I think they're on the wrong path.
Well, you guys are terrible at spelling anyway. Why don't you just obscure the spelling? I'll figure it out, Really quick, though, if you guys could do me a huge favor and smash that like button. 1 like equals 1 America first.
As a ethnic Brit, I can say. I think that's my view. Maybe you disagree.
I think they're on the wrong path. I love
Whatever,
the Brits, but their government
without
is
even
gone
getting
off the
into that.
rails.
I'm just saying I don't think Israel's the only one. But it's the only one where you're instantly called an anti-Semite for asking questions. And it's also the only government that no one will ever criticize. And I find
criticize Israel every minute of every day.
Yeah, but then you get called an anti-Semite. Whereas if you criticize Russia, nobody says, "Oh, you must hate all Russian people." What? Because that would be stupid.
And it's also the only government that no one will ever criticize. And I find
criticize Israel every minute of every day. Like the only government that people will not criticize, Rashida Tlaib just tweeted out calling
we can agree on that.
Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
Actually, I do agree with your other statement that Iran has the right to defend itself. I just don't want America to be involved at all.
Rashida Tlaib? No,
you said no one will criticize.
No, I'm talking about Republicans that I would vote for, including you. And I'm saying, whatever. I don't even like talking about Israel. What I care about, I never do, because it's not worth being called anti-Semites from AIPAC recipients. But now we are on the verge of joining a war, and I just want to be clear about why we're doing this.
All right, so there you go. And let's get into Iran momentarily. But
you know what? Boomer might be the word. Boomer might be the word. I don't know. Because the NRA showed up. I don't know.
I want to be clear about why we're doing this.
All right, so and let's get into Iran momentarily, but you suggested it was a strange thing that I said a minute ago that when I
weird
came into the Senate, I resolved that I was going to be the leading defender of Israel. And what you didn't ask is why. So let me tell you why.
No, you said I was obsessed with Israel, and you had just told me that like your driving motive to get to the Senate was to defend Israel. I'm like, I don't think I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel.
Okay,
I don't even think about Israel.
Tucker, words matter.
Projection. So the guy who was just talking about the Jews when Tucker was saying Israel is now saying words matter. I agree, Ted. Why don't you follow that for yourself?
Like I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel.
Okay,
I don't even think about Israel.
Tucker, words matter. And you know that. I said I resolved to be the leading defender of Israel, and you said your driving motive, the reason you're in the Senate.
You want to be the leading defender of Israel. I would think if I ran for Senate, I'd be like, there are people dying of drug ODs on the street.
My driving motive is to fight for Texas and America, and to fight for jobs, and to fight for the Constitution. And
that means Israel first.
Oh, hell. And you played a very, very careful word game of a lie to
You're the one who said it, not me.
So you still haven't asked why, but I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I'm
a Christian, so it's okay. It's okay to put other countries before my country as a politician, a public servant of this country. Because I'm a Christian. Yeah, don't forget, we've got the free Discord server that is also absolutely free speech. There's not a single word or phrase that will get you perma-banned or get you banned at all. I mean, we got some guidelines and rules and stuff, but absolutely free speech. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Come on through.
And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed.
And which part of that is in the Constitution or any legal document that you are supposed to uphold? Like, fine, if you want to be a Christian, be a Christian. I'm not saying that you can't be a Christian. But you gotta put that aside when it comes to politics. Or at least is directly. Like, obviously, you have values that come from being a Christian. I don't want you to not use those values. Those values are why people voted for you. But there is still a separation of church and state, and especially when it is in direct conflict, then you should not be choosing your religion over your duty to this country. So when people ask, oh, what do you care so much about Christianity? Because we don't have a bunch of Muslims saying shit like that. Shout out to equality and deference because vagina. Welcome to the party. Said, all the problems being caused by the Bible. Bingo. I didn't say it.
Those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed.
Maverick said, Ted's logical argument here is that no matter what evil and heinous things Israel does, he will defend them because he wants to be blessed, not cursed. But why? Why, Lutch, as a non-believer who appreciates the values in the Bible, why? Why would you have an issue with Christianity? Dad. Claudia said it, liked and shared. Again, guys, that stuff really, really, really does help the channel. Thank you very, very much.
From the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed.
It means that to Ted.
And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So,
okay, is there a meaningful difference there? Because, again, if you want to talk about the Jews and Israel, there's a difference there. But what is the difference between Israel, the country, and Israel, the government in this context?
That's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my. You pull out the phone and use the.
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a
Maverick being frank. So the issue is not Christianity. The issue is Christians like Talmud Ted. I half agree. I think there's absolutely a way that people follow Christianity and bring that thinking into politics where it makes sense. But we got people like Talmud Ted here. Tel Aviv Ted thinks that that's more important. And I just cannot abide by that. And I, obviously as a non-believer, that's an easy choice to make. But I would think that as a Christian, you should also see that as a bad representation of the ideology. That you would let your own people perish because that's a bad thing for a politician. Quality said these Christian Zionists really grind my gears. The Israel of the Bible is not the same as the insane Zionist monsters today, for fuck's sake. That's another fantastic point. Like, it's not even like it's entirely different. I mean, you said it. It's entirely different people. Hey, shout out to Josie again. She wants to see me do them push-ups. Remember, guys, every $2 is another push-up. And, of course, a treat for Morty. Every donation, no matter the cost. And, yeah, Josie said the issue is religion, period. I personally agree. But I do see how there is a way that despite Christianity being the problem, that it is not an automatic thing that you can't be a good American, you can't be a good person, you can't be any of those things. Whereas, we look to the other side. If you're a woke leftist who uses the state as your god, I think that religion is very problematic. But yeah, I mean, the Christopher Hitchens had the book, Religion Poisons Everything, and it's hard to disagree. Thank you again very, very much.
You pull out the phone and use the.
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it. And you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology. I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Yeah, typical Christian in my experience.
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Tucker, let me say your name real loud for a second and then stop like I'm thinking and figure out a way to get out of answering this question because there's so much more important things to talk about and blah, 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 blah. Shut up or answer the question. Yeah, and that's exactly the point, that you can be a Christian and have that attitude, whereas on the left, you have to be much more, conform. You have to conform much more to the narrative. So I believe that the dogma of the woke left is objectively worse than the dogma of Christianity, but as we are seeing play out here, the dogma of Christianity does destroy the ability for our government to do what we should be doing.
What does that even mean?
Tucker,
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
Hold on.
That's like, again, fine. If you're a religious person and you have these values, I can understand why maybe that is not a big deal to you. But you have to understand that there's a lot of people who don't necessarily believe the same way you do. And that is not that's not inherently a bad thing. And if you want people to support, again, we're talking in the realm of politics. If you want people to support what you're saying and doing, then you can't alienate people in this way. It's really, really bad. All the Christians were like, well, the Bible says, so there we go. Yeah, there's a group of people like that. But as Maverick said, like, just saying the Bible is nothing. It's nothing. Matthew said you can defend the promised land without defending the Israeli government. Well, and I mean, that was kind of a half rhetorical question when I was asking before the difference between the nation of Israel and the government. But this is kind of what I was alluding to. Like, give us this explanation. How does that happen? Boggs said, it's an interesting point. What is worse than the woke left? Or what is worse, the woke left or Christian fundamentalist? The woke left. Full stop. No question. Of course, Boggs is going to go, my vote with the Christians. Their track record is longer. But today, okay, fine. They were bad for a longer period of time. But just within the last 20 years, the woke left has destroyed and eroded American culture. Christianity, for all of its flaws, has not done that. Oh, my goodness. Again. Chelsea, again. Said Ted thought he wasn't going to come in for a TED Talk. Well, I think he actually thought the opposite, that he was coming in for a TED Talk where he would just get to talk and say whatever, and Tucker's, on his side, so it's going to be a puff piece. That's not this. That's not Tucker anymore. Not anymore. He is one of us. One of us. One of us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Come from number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on.
I'm not holding up.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian. I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
So is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking.
Again, just take a second to think about how the average non-believer, let's not talk about the militant atheist, but just somebody who doesn't follow Christianity. They're not out there being like, oh, Christianity's bad, you should study. I'm not talking about that. How do you expect these people to receive what he's saying here? Quality said, funny how Christianity is never to blame. Like Islam rocks. There's just some fake Muslims. They got it wrong. We call that the no true Scotsman fallacy. Quality also said, I'm going to change my name to Israel. To Israel, Israel. Then these dipshits have to worship me and give me bombs and cash. It's a good plan. It's a good plan, and I think it will work. United said the Christian fanatic rancher has been raising these we gotta spell check, guys. Hey, look who we got. Our boy Nick Lou Kenny in the building. Welcome. Always a pleasure to see you. Look at the love, baby. Love to see it. Welcome. Let's dive right back in.
Yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
the
God's referring to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Is it though? Which borders was what year? What year are we using the borders of what is Israel? that was referred to in the Bible. Sounds like cope.
Yes,
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
Well, do we call that? Yeah, that's just a straight up straw man. Well, he's not a dictator. Nobody said that. You brought that up. You created this man out of straw and knocked it over and patted yourself on the back. Come on.
Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister,
right?
What?
But just like
Equality wants to clear up that the name Israel, Israel, the I, does in fact stand for Israel.
America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is
there.
silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about in
Yes.
Genesis.
I do.
But I think, Maverick, this is the other side of what Ted is saying. And so, like, it's not the people who are Netanyahu and the government Israel are not the individuals who killed Jesus. First of all, it was the Romans. But either way, it's not the same people. That's exactly the point that Tucker is making. That in the Bible, it referred to the promised land. But that land is not the same thing as what we have as Israel today. And in the same way, the people who killed Jesus are not the same people, either running the government or living in the nation.
Of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about in
Yes.
Genesis.
I do, but
That country's existed since when?
for thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over 70
But
years.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, it is
Defensive. That's not what it says.
real, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is. So I don't know if we can.
I don't remember the
Sure.
scriptural citation, but okay, I keep.
It's like Genesis 16 or something like that. But yes,
Yeah, right. Equality was the Italians.
it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is,
All right, Tucker, you keep
it's a
interrupting me
little,
before I
no,
finish
it's
my
just
sentence.
important to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Maverick, that's exactly what Equality's saying. He's saying, I'm going to change my name to Israel, Israel, then these dipshits will have to worship me and give me bombs and cash. And the I does stand for Israel.
I don't know what so you're saying as a Christian, if I
No.
believe in Jesus, I have to support the modern state of Israel.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining for me what my vote motivation is.
But you,
For me.
okay, so I'm just trying to understand. You said God tells you to support the modern state of Israel in the Bible, in some place in the Bible that you heard about, but you don't know where it is. That's your theology.
You're going back. Am I a sleazy feline again?
Yup.
I mean,
If you
don't
accuse me of
be so-
anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be.
Got him. And this is the phenomenon that you see, that people feel like, because I have something to say, you must accept it. And just by challenging it, you are challenging me as a person. This is what we call the marketplace of ideas. We are interested in your ideas, not your fifis.
And again, I mean,
If you
don't-
accuse me, that's your theology.
You're going back. Am I a sleazy feline again? I mean,
If you
don't
accuse me of
be so-
anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a.
Projection. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. United said the Jews handed him to Romans as a Hebrew who the Romans didn't have jurisdiction over, and the Romans offered to let the Jews free him. They said kill. Sure. Well, if I say something and you do it, who's really to blame?
Of anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a
Nothing
conversation.
condescending. You're throwing this stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about.
Okay,
but I don't.
And I don't mean to keep jumping in, but like it grinds my gears because I get this exactly what Tucker's getting all the time. He's the one who's here in good faith. He's the one who's asking real questions. The other guy is the one being shitty and using ad hominems, dancing around questions, all that kind of shit. And yet, okay, you're being condescending. No, motherfucker, that's you. Like, how does he know? How does he know? How does he know? Fox coming in with another $5, guys. I have to let you know. I have to let you know that I will absolutely try to do all of these push-ups, but I'm weak. So just let you know. But said, as far as I can tell, the actual first move to authoritarianism is not. It's to not hold elections during a war. Both Ukraine and Israel are doing this. Red flag. Great. Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Condescending. You're throwing this stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about.
Okay,
but I don't understand.
But you're not letting me.
Okay.
You're not letting me.
I'm sorry. I want to be polite.
That is for me a personal motivation, but I also, what I was about to say, I don't believe my personal faith, not everyone who I represent is a Christian. It's not an argument for me to give that we should do this because of my faith. And so as an elected official, I don't give that as the reason we should support Israel. That is a personal motivation for me, but I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I am the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And
does it though? Like, all of these wars are because of our intervention in that area. They don't just hate us for our freedoms. That's fucking neocon cope. Maverick said, God doesn't tell us to support those who blaspheme him. Surely, Ted. Come on.
Come on, man.
Sleazy rap. I mean, hey. Nick said, I didn't realize that they both had suspended elections right now. Yep. It's bullshit. Now, it said many people, when making the anti-Christian argument, conflate the Old Testament with the New Testament, verse farming. And I've been guilty of this, but only because it is a very I was born into the Catholic Church. I was, fully in all the way up until college. I was confirmed in the Methodist Church, and I still kept, going that. And I decided I'd never sat down and read the Bible for the all the way through. So let me do that. And then I was doing that. I was in college learning about other moral philosophies and, just how the brain works and stuff. And I realized that I don't necessarily have a good reason to believe this stuff. Where did that come from? Oh, yeah. In all my years as a legitimate Christian, it was never expressed to me that, like, oh, we don't need the Old Testament anymore. There was definitely like, oh, the New Testament is really what we focus on. But it was never that, I know that says it in the Old Testament, so we don't need it. We don't need to listen to it. I don't know. Maverick said, your dog is a G. That is right. He is the overlord, and he will save us all. And every donation comes with a treat. I do not see a post in Discord.
It's an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And the clearest illustration of that is what is happening right now. Let me just make this point, and then,
and then I'll just ask what you mean. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, Iran, I think the most acute national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran. I think China is the biggest long-term threat, but acute and near-term is a nuclear Iran.
Okay.
And I think Israel is doing a massive favor to America right now by trying to take out Iran's nuclear capacity. And the reason I view Iran differently, we talked before about Iraq. I opposed the Iraq war. We talked about Syria. I opposed military intervention in Syria.
Okay, is he finally going to answer the question? Because look, again, I'm. If we go back to the poll at the top of the chat here, regime change in Iran is necessary. Options being agree, disagree, or I'm not sure yet. I would pick I'm not sure yet. My default, again, as America First, is be like, I don't want to be involved in any of that stuff. But the argument certainly could be made. I don't mean to dumb it down, but like if we were in the Holocaust, then I would be all for, hey, let's fucking stop that shit. That's crazy. But you, Ted Cruz, have to present an argument to me that it rises to that level, that we need to put Americans, American money, American reputations on the world stage. All of that stuff should be risked to help Israel.
Talked before about Iraq. I opposed the Iraq war. We talked about Syria. I opposed military intervention in Syria.
Going to answer.
The reason for that is those did not pose a threat to the United States. I think Iran is markedly different. Number one, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic, but a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic, because he's driven by religious fervor. When he says death to America and death to Israel, I believe him.
Yeah, me too. But not because they hate us for our freedoms. It's because we've been involved in their bullshit for 50 years.
And I think Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon because there is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon. So
yeah, so Maverick's saying here, supporting Israel allows us to control trade routes for Asia, Europe, Africa, and in the Middle East, is what he meant to say. And that is a strong argument and a big factor, but there needs to be more. Is there a reason that if we are not getting involved, that all of this goes away? I was told that Israel has a pretty goddamn good military even without us. So much so that they're sending preemptive strikes. So maybe let them handle it. If they get squashed, well, fuck around and find out. Nick said, I was baptized Catholic, but the priest from the hospital who never spent time with my papa made sure mama wouldn't raise me in the Catholic Church. Thank not God. There you go. There you go. The Catholics know. Remember we were watching Religulous and the guy when they were at the Vatican and Bill Maher was like, isn't this, against? He's like, well, yeah, of course. Yep.
Get a nuclear weapon because there is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon. So you want to ask, how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey, is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity. That makes America much safer.
Okay. I'm willing to accept that, but you need to do more, but okay, fine. I understand I have a very deep knowledge of the Bible from more than a dozen branches of Christianity perceptions. They all have one thing in common: verse farming and selling their perceptions of the verses. That is why I am not convinced that Christianity is the best moral structure for humanity. It's the best that we've got so far. But why are we not trying to do better? That's all I'm saying. And that's really what it comes down to. Do we need to do this? Yes or no? Why? I'm not trying to say that I know for sure that this is wrong because of this and that. I'm not making those claims. I'm asking you, just like Tucker is asking you, Ted, and you're just not fucking answering. And so even if you have the answer there, the fact that you're avoiding telling us only can lead an intelligent person to be like, oh, you must not have a good reason. Because if you did, you would just fucking say it.
Military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity. That makes America much safer.
So the president has said repeatedly,
well, they can afford to be cowardly when they know that we got their back.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon,
yes,
and he will do whatever it takes to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said that like 100 times. He clearly means it. I think he will use force to affect that if he feels he has to. I think he's been really clear about that. I don't know, but it seems that way.
Yeah, I mean, talking about why do they hate us? Equality says, remind me again, which is the only country to actually use nukes on civilians. Now, I'm not saying that, oh, America bad, we shouldn't have done that. I'm saying it is what it is.
Use force to affect that if he feels he has to. I think he's been really clear about that. I don't know, but it seems that way. Do you feel that? Do you think that's correct?
Whether he would use force to stop a nuclear weapon, I think he has put that option on the
table. He certainly suggests. I mean, I have literally no idea what's going to happen, but just reading his statements, he's made that really clear.
So what he has been very clear about, and I spoke with the president on Sunday, is he has been very clear to Iran that if they attack U.S. servicemen and women, there will be real consequences and I think very serious military.
By the way, this is a sidebar, but I just can't resist. The Prime Minister of Israel said that Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
Yeah, I read your newsletter this morning, and
so United, this is a slightly different conversation. I would love to chat with you in Discord and the after party about this, but I'll answer this, and then I don't want to break this up too much. But so United said, if there was a devil, that is what he would want to do to discourage people. Is that what he would want to do? Discourage people from belief? Yeah, I mean, if there is, if these entities exist, I don't see a reason why the devil or Satan wouldn't be like, yeah, Christianity, that's the way for sure. You'll never get to God that way. I don't know. Prove to me that that's not the case, and I will become a Christian. I won't believe it, but I'll go to church. I'll sing the songs. I'll reference the scriptures, all of that stuff. But nobody's been able to do it.
Tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
Yeah, I read your newsletter this morning, and
But do you believe that's true?
I think it was sort of a word game. What is true is Iran is trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump, and they have hired hitmen. Now, you pointed out...
No, he said that they have tried twice to kill him, and I don't know that, I don't have any evidence that's true, but I sort of wonder if that is true. Why aren't we at war with them already?
Okay. And I read your newsletter this morning, and I thought it was playing word games to draw a political...
Projection! Tucker, I'm concerned about Israel. Oh, so you hate the Jews? That's dead. But yeah, playing word games. Okay.
This morning, and I thought it was playing word games to draw a political point.
How's that a word game? It's my president. And
can I tell you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You rightly pointed out there's no evidence that this clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot the president was working for the Iranians. I don't think he was. There's no evidence of that. Although I would like to know more about who he was and what's going on. But
hey, when you build that goodwill in a conversation, then that's what it is.
I don't find it plausible that he was working for the Iranians. So, was that caused by the Iranians? No. But what is true, and what your newsletter didn't acknowledge, is it true or false that Iran is currently trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen to do so?
Well, that's the question, and I don't know the Butler, Pennsylvania thing. Let's just put that aside. I don't know.
So I do want to ask about this. So our last poll: regime change in Iran is necessary. 39% disagree, which is the winning vote, but we have 34% that agree, and 26 saying I'm not sure yet. And again, I'm with the I'm not sure yet. I am not convinced. So I want to ask about Matthew Crooks and Iran. We'll see if you think they're connected.
That's the question, and I don't know the Butler, Pennsylvania thing. Let's just put that aside. I don't know.
So Netanyahu misspoke when he said those two assassinations were because of Iran. But what he was saying that is right is they're actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump.
Is there? Okay, so you're aware of a plot to kill Trump?
Yes, that Iran is paying for. And by the way,
when?
It has been over the last, I'd say, 18 months to 2 years.
In the United States?
In the United States, yes. And let me point out.
Has anyone been arrested?
So there's no I'm not sure on this one. You just got to go with your gut.
Arrested?
Wait, what did you say?
In the United States, yes. And let me point out.
Has anyone been arrested?
For the Trump attempted assassination, no. But they are also actively paying Iranian hitmen to murder Mike Pompeo when he was President Trump's first Secretary of State, the first term rather. John Bolton when John Bolton was National Security Advisor to President Trump, and a guy named Brian Hook who was Assistant Secretary of State.
Right.
During the Biden administration.
Wait, hold on. Can we go back to Donald Trump because he's the president? No, wait.
I told you. Hey, Ted Cruz is good at being a politician. You got to give him that.
It's a big deal. What do you mean? When no one has been arrested for these assassination attempts on Trump.
Yes.
They've hired hitmen. How do we know that?
All right, let me break it down.
Oh, not going to answer that question either. I'm seeing a pattern, Mr. Cruz.
Yes.
They've hired hitmen. How do we know that?
All right, let me break it down. People have been arrested. So the reason I brought up Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook, who are under active assassination attempts because of their service in the first Trump administration, under the Biden
administration. They say that. I've never seen any evidence of it.
Can I give you the evidence?
Well, let's just stick with Trump.
No, because these are interrelated. So let me make a bloody point. Under the Biden administration, the State Department was spending $2 million a month providing security for Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook.
Well, we don't care about Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook in this moment. We are specifically asking you a question. Just because you want to talk about something else doesn't mean that Tucker is being an asshole.
And they did arrest Iranian hitmen at John Bolton's apartment complex who rented, I think, the apartment next to him and were actively trying to assassinate him. And they went and arrested them. So, yes, they caught Iranian hitmen. Now, it so happens Iran's not very good at it. And so they are actively trying. And in fact,
but what about Trump? He's the president. If there's a plot to kill Trump by the Iranians,
okay, so you dispute that the Iranians are trying to kill Trump?
Of course. I mean, that's the most important question.
Wait, well, I'm sorry, I missed that one.
Dispute that the Iranians
are
trying to kill Trump?
Yeah. Not because I think, no way, it couldn't possibly be, but because we don't have any fucking evidence. Believe nothing. Believe no. Oh, I forgot I had the t-shirt on. Believe nothing except that anything is possible. And don't forget, guys, $2 a push-up. Help me out. Believe nothing except that anything is possible. Sure, it's possible that Iran is trying to kill Trump, but we need evidence of that.
Of course. I mean, that's the most important question. The Prime Minister of Israel just said there have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump by the Iranians. And I think it's a very fair question. Maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay. And
what is it? That's it. That's it. What is it that you are trying to say here? Nobody is even arguing with the point that you're making, because you're not making a point. You're just talking. You're just saying things. Claudia said, didn't we assassinate a top Iranian official a few years ago? Don't we fund Israeli assassination of Iranian scientists and officials? Isn't turnabout fair play? Hard to say no. Hard to say no. Like, I'm not in favor of it, but it is what it is. Fuck around, find out. You make your bed, lie in it. Use whatever cliche the fuck that you want. It's not a mystery as to why people in the Middle East, besides Israel, don't like America. What are you saying to the Jews? Shut the fuck up.
I think it's a very fair question. Maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay. And I agree with you that he misspoke.
So there weren't those 2 attempts?
There were 2 attempts, but the clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the other guy on the golf course were not connected to the Iranians. That's the part that he misspoke. But by the way, when you speak all the time, occasionally, what he said that was accurate is that Iran is actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen.
That's fine.
And he was conflating it with the 2 attempts.
I understand. But I just want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence.
And remember, he was the no new wars president. The no new wars president. Oh, no new wars, no new wars. Well, it was nice while it lasted. But, hey, Funk, Master General out sponsoring himself with another $10. Oh, man, I am not looking forward to these push-ups, guys. Oh, man, another $10 is another 5 push-ups. Thank you, out sponsoring yourself. Funk Master said, you should sing the hymns of the Overlord to us. Morty boy, you are the overlord. Morty boy, you are the overlord.
Campaign for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question.
Oh, I mean, we are now, but point being, why weren't we already?
To ask.
How do you know that that's true?
And that is my favorite question. That is my favorite question in the world. How do you know that to be true? How do you know that to be true? And the baked in subtext of how do you know that is true is, what information can you give me so that I can also know that it's true? Because we're probably going to get some, it's vibes and some, I mean, he's not going to say that, but it's going to be on some bullshit.
War with Iran.
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
Oh, and, we got to trust the experts, right? We definitely got to trust the experts. Yeah, man. Either ripped or dying. One or the other is happening tonight. Hey, shout out to Mike W. in the building. Welcome to the party. So I'm glad that two conservatives could have a debate like this. You would never see two liberals debating like they are. I love to dilly to that. Absolutely right. And I think that is a huge difference in the types of ideologies that you see. That even though we have different ideologies within the right wing, if you want to call it MAGA, whatever, but the right wing, there's a lot of different ideas. Whereas there's a lot more conformity on the left. Yet, even though there's more different ideas on our side, we're still able to sit down and hash them out. Well said, and welcome to the party.
We have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
You like Tim Walz? Oh, the rubber burning! Oh, the rubber burning from the riots! Oh, I love it! And I'm friends with school shooters. Yikes.
We meaning who?
Congress has in the public. I mean, we had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We do not. We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We
Okay, then what? How? It goes back to the question. How do you know that this is true?
know that Iran is trying to do so.
How?
In the United States.
Yes. And by the way,
And again, this is not a challenge saying, no, you're wrong. We're just asking, how do you know that?
we know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States.
Yes. And by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're
Okay.
acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now. We should have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
No. I mean, if a country is trying to assassinate our president, then that doesn't necessarily mean war. But if they don't like Israel, well, I mean, drop bombs on them. This is the neocon perspective.
Listen, we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
If
But
they're trying to assassinate our president,
they have been for 2 years.
then
They
why
are
aren't we
enemies.
at war with them?
Well, we are trying to
Why don't we
take out-
just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't
Amen. I agree
understand
with
why
that.
you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious.
Spot on. If you think they are trying to kill our president, and that does not tell you or urge you to be like, we need to go to war, because that is a fucking war that I would support. And if you show me evidence that is happening, I will be on board with your regime change bullshit. I mean, maybe we got to work out the details, but I'm not going to be as against it as I am right now. But you're not doing that. You're just flailing and saying random shit to not answer questions and then acting like you've presented an amazing argument. That didn't happen. We are an hour into this. And you have not answered the question why we need this regime change, what that regime change is, and anything. Give us something.
During Trump. And I just don't
Amen. I
understand
agree with
why
that.
you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious. If you really believe they're
the
trying to
use
murder
of nuclear weapons. See,
whatever
that's part
it
of the
takes.
problem of. So
what do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegation seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing and punish them.
Can I ask?
I think I want to ask you guys about that as well. So is Matthew Cooks, the Butler PA assassin, funded or guided by Iran? And 83% of you saying probably not. So let's have a different question. If Iran was trying to assassinate Trump for the last 2 years, should that be enough to start a war with, I can't find it, a war with Iran? Let's see what you guys think.
Weapons. See,
Whatever
that's part
it
of the
takes.
problem of. So
What do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegation seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing and punish them.
Can I ask something? And I mean this sincerely.
How about you answer something?
So, all right, 20 years ago, you were, I think it's...
Oh, we're going back again. Let's go back. Let's back up. Oh, Teddy bus. We should call him Teddy the school bus. Backing up. Beep, 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 beep.
20 years ago, you were, I think it's fair to say, in the interventionist world. You were a vocal,
Big time.
You
Big
were
time.
a vocal defender of the Iraq War.
I was a promoter of the Iraq War.
And you now, and look, I think you were mistaken. I think you were mistaken. That's okay. Look, people change and learn, and that's part of the journey of being human. Your views have moved, though. In my view, they've gone way too far the other end. And so I'm just
totally
confused.
confused. I'm saying, hold on. Wait, this is one of the weirdest.
So it is weird. It is weird. And not weird. It is odd. It is peculiar that Tucker has been very open about the fact that he supported that war, and he did not I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was part of that whole bubble. He was at Fox News. His job depended on all that stuff. And he has taken a step back, and he has not only acknowledged that he was wrong, he has apologized, and he has shown a different behavior going forward. What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Or the other end. And so
I'm
just
totally
confused.
confused. I'm saying, hold on. Wait, this is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had. I'm saying if it's true that Iran is trying to murder Trump, we need to move militarily against Iran immediately. That's not isolationism. That's that's a cult of violence, which I am calling for. If we believe that Iran is trying to murder our president, we need to strike Iran.
Okay, but isolationists say things like, well, then just nuke them, which is what you just said.
Okay.
Which is kind of a weird...
Because I'm upset, because I'm taking you seriously. You don't take your own statements seriously.
I take my statements very seriously.
So I've asked you, where's the evidence this is true? And you said, well, they're trying to assassinate Brian Hook or something, which I'm against, by the way. I'm against hurting any American, period, no matter...
So do you dispute that they're trying to murder...
I'm not disputing it at all.
And Bolton?
I'm not disputing it at all.
They literally arrested the hitman with Bolton.
I don't know why...
Pulling a Kathy Newman. So what you're saying is something that you're not at all saying.
That's even relevant. I'm asking about the president of the United States.
Wait, it's not relevant that Iran hired hitmen to murder cabinet members in Trump's administration? That doesn't go...
That was your argument, motherfucker! That was your argument! Tucker's here saying if that's the case, we should be at war with them. And you're saying, nuh-uh, only when they are not nice to Israel. And like the frustration is that I have liberals in my DMs being like, well, see? Like, see what? See what? First of all, this happened yesterday. We don't know what the fuck is even happening. And second of all, at no point, at least me, I don't know about anybody else, but at no point have I ever said that Trump can do no wrong and he's the best thing ever and we can't, I think he's the best president ever. And I clearly and obviously think he is and would have been, if he lost, better than Kamala Harris. But it just goes back to show that these liberals are not here in this conversation to either understand or even improve things. They are here to try to steamroll. I'm right, you're wrong, I'm good, you're bad, listen to me, or you're brainwashed. You're in a cult. It's like, come on, just do better. Do better.
It's not relevant that Iran hired hitmen to murder cabinet members in Trump's administration. That doesn't go to
I've already said
that they're willing to spend money to do that.
Opposed to that. It's awful. I am against killing anybody, actually, and especially foreign.
Unless they're trying to assassinate our president.
Okay. I'm asking about your allegation and the Prime Minister of Israel's allegation that Iran is trying to murder the president.
Killing terrorists is a good thing. Killing people who are trying to murder Americans is a good thing. Because if you're America first, you want to protect America. And so killing Osama bin Laden was a fantastic
But you don't really believe that they're trying to murder Trump, or you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why aren't you calling for military action against Iran right now?
Because they're not very effective. In terms of hitmen, their hitmen are not very effective. I do think...
So they're hitmen, but not the bad kind, the efficient kind?
No,
what are you saying?
They're a weak country who is on its knees, and I think we need to...
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because...
You can't have it both ways. Because I want to make money. There are people who will pay me. There are people who will pay me billions of dollars to get this done. Well, maybe not billions, but millions to get this done. Don't you understand, Tucker? You would think that since the internet age, the social media age, where we were able to start expecting longer form, just longer form explanations of things in general from our politicians, from our leaders, that there would be a shift and that these people would be better at holding conversations. Before, they never had to do that. They might have little sound bites. They might have a little press conference. They might have a speech, but you're not sitting and chit-chatting with them. As Box was saying, is this the best that Texas can do? I know he's not Craig Abbott, but just, you know what I mean?
Was on its knees, and I think we need to.
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because I'm trying
to keep track.
They're trying to develop.
Yeah, United said Trump could have been the greatest in modern times and may still pull it off because something's been they've been so bad. But yeah, I'm not necessarily losing one fucking god damn it! That's losing! That word is losing is spelled L-O-S-I-N-G. Losing. Sorry, you did it 3 days in a row. But I'm not necessarily losing hope in lasting change. I'm losing hope in Trump himself. I've been saying for at least 6 months, if not longer, that MAGA has become bigger than Trump. And that's why I don't like the third term talk. I don't want a third Trump term. We needed that first term to shake things up. And then given that Biden won and Kamala was going to be next, that Trump was necessary. But we're good now. We've staved that off. Let's evolve. Let's move forward with MAGA. Let's thank Trump for starting MAGA as it is today and let him rest on his laurels. He is not the king. You know, I know there's no king's protest. But sometimes, fuck you. Sometimes we got to just understand when it's time to move on.
It's on its knees.
Because I'm trying
to keep track.
They're trying to develop.
Yeah.
Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. That is a problem that I have. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm snarky, but am I wrong? Have you answered any of my reasonable questions? Maybe the snark is the way to get you to answer the questions.
Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. That is a problem that I have. I'm sorry.
They're trying to develop nuclear weapons. They are close to developing nuclear weapons. And even a weak country with a nuclear.
Okay, but at least then, you know, that losing isn't a word. Here, I can understand, you were talking about losing. But when you spell it wrong. Shout out to Waco Mind. Welcome to the party. I forget what you left off last time, but I guess you get a freebie. Waco Mind said Iraq war was not the best idea. Too much intel was off. There were no WMDs. Yep.
To develop nuclear weapons. They are close to developing nuclear weapons. And even a weak country with a nuclear weapon. Look, I believe there is a very real possibility if the Ayatollah develops a nuclear weapon that he would detonate it either in Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And that would be utterly catastrophic. And I don't know what the chances are of that. Let me compare and contrast Iran to North Korea.
Wait, can I just ask one last question about trying to kill the president? You sincerely believe, you promise, that right now the Iranian...
I guarantee, I don't even know what Tucker's going to ask. But because you sincerely believe that Ted is going to get defensive. Bet money.
You sincerely believe, you promise, that right now the Iranian government is trying to murder our president.
Yes.
You sincerely believe right now.
Absolutely.
And yet you are not calling for military action against the government that's trying to murder our president. Can you explain that?
I don't think they're very effective. I do think we should, by the way, America is
You're willing to take that risk?
Apparently, bro. Apparently, they're trying to kill our president, but they'll probably be bad at it, so whatever. insane. And I am extremely surprised that if the Iranian government was trying to kill and was putting people on American soil to kill the president, you don't think that would be enough for an act of war? Why? Why? What would then? And I'm not saying that as like we need war, but genuinely just asking, at what point do we say, okay, we need to fight a war? They're coming to kill our leader in this situation. Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. And of course he can. Of course he can. Equality said we can't afford a war. Well, money's fake anyway, so that part doesn't really matter. And then Equality says something about Bolton that should happen in the context of what we've been talking about that I can't say on this platform, but you can go over to Rumble and see exactly what he said. Equality's heading out. Thank you so very much. Have a good one. Let's dive back in.
Not calling for military action against the government that's trying to murder our president. Can you explain that?
And yeah, I would love, again, whoa, where did I hit the wrong button? I would love to hear you guys explain why you think that, why you answered no in that poll. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just curious.
I don't think they're very effective. I do think we should, by the way, America is
You're willing to take that risk?
I think we should protect the president and we should take out our enemies.
So you're willing to take that risk?
Well,
Israel is doing that right now.
But aren't they? Why would we outsource it to Israel if they're trying to?
Your first question was, why are you for regime change? That's a pretty good
That don't make no sense.
example of why I'm for regime change.
Okay, so you're saying we should just go in and take out the government of Iran.
No.
Why would we outsource it to Israel if they're trying to murder our president? Okay, you sound like the isolationist.
What I'm saying on any military judgment is there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis of what are the risks versus what are the benefits.
That's what we started this conversation asking you, and you have yet to answer anything about that.
In this instance, I think it is enormously in America's interest to do what Israel is doing right now, take out Iran's senior military leadership and take out their nuclear capacity. That is benefiting America, and it is a good risk reward. I would oppose invading Iran and putting boots on the ground to topple the government.
Nobody suggested that. You are now, again, creating a straw man. We said that we would take care, we were speaking vaguely.
If the risk got severe enough, I would support that, but I think the relative risk is not severe enough to justify that step at this time.
Okay, so how are you what is the metric that you are using to determine, these hitmen are not good enough that we should go to war? And fair enough, that is a relatively, that is a calculation that you should do. Because some fucking, some loser is sitting around and doesn't have access to guns or shit like that, then okay, maybe him trying to kill the president isn't something that we need to make a huge deal. I mean, obviously persecute him, but prosecute him. But like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. What is the metric?
But I think the relative risk is not severe enough to justify that step at this time. What I would absolutely oppose under any circumstances is invading Iran and then staying and trying to turn them into a democracy. And part of where Iraq really went off the rails
was the very beginning. Shout out to Juan Silva. Welcome to the party. Said Israel atrocities need to stop. Well, I agree. Are you saying the atrocities that Israel is doing, or the atrocities that are happening to Israel? Because either way, I'm sensitive to that. But no, you should say we're all getting buzzed, baby. Listen, part of me thinks there's a little both here. Actual Iranian involvement plus seedy domestic shadow government swamp. Probably. Yep. There you go. Box knows.
And trying to turn them into a democracy. And part of where Iraq really went off the rails is not only did we topple someone who was fighting radical Islamic terrorists, who was a bad guy, but then we tried the vision of interventionists. It actually overlaps with the vision of a lot of Democrats. Let's go promote democracy in the world.
I agree.
And It is our military's job to kill the bad guys, to defend America. It's not their...
But those are not necessarily the same thing. Killing the bad guys is not necessarily defending America. If the bad guys, as you are saying, are trying to come over here and kill our president, then yes, they are. But defending America does not necessarily mean go killing the bad guys.
Their job to defend international norms. It's not their job. So I have zero desire for the U.S. military to turn Iran into Switzerland. Look, would it be nice if they suddenly became Switzerland? Sure. If I could wave a magic wand, great. But I'm not going to send your kids or my kids to be in front of guns to go make that happen.
Well, but
Okay, but how are we not going down that road by supporting Israel doing this? And again, that is a genuine question, because I really don't understand what you guys being the neocons are trying to say. Hey, I want to give a big shout out to all of you guys. We got 14 viewers and 14 likes. Very much appreciated. If you have not hit that like button, be one of the real ones. 1 like equals 1 America first.
But I'm not going to send your kids or my kids to be in front of guns to go make that happen.
well, bless you for that. I think that is the lesson that I learned from Iraq. I promoted that war. Apparently, unlike you, I was dumber. And I think that you just articulated the main lesson of it, which is it's hard to do that, and we're not good at it. But
I will, and so we are agreeing on that. I will say, as a
vehemently agreeing,
as a corollary, that doesn't mean that horrible evil dictators are okay. And going back to Reagan and the Cold War, we have lots of weapons. I am happy to highlight the brutality, the oppression, the human rights abuses of regimes, even though I don't want to invade them, because I think the bully pulpit of American leadership is really powerful. And I think dictatorships are terrified. So I've spent 13 years in this.
So basically, we want to continue being the world police. That's it. That's his position. We've been the world police since World War II, and I like that because it makes me money.
Senate, one of the things I do frequently is highlight dissidents in Iran and North Korea and China. In Venezuela, people are being tortured. Miriam Ibrahim in Sudan, who was sentenced to 100 lashes and then to be killed for the crime of being a Christian. And I repeatedly went to the Senate floor and shined a light on the government of Sudan. It was corrupt. It was evil. I practically begged Barack Obama, say her name. Ultimately,
I felt that way with the J6 prisoners.
Look, yes. Look, there is power to speaking out. And ultimately, Obama never did say her name. He would not say her name. Ultimately, there was enough international condemnation. The government of Sudan let her go. And so she was not executed. And I met her. So she had a 2-year-old son, Martin, and she gave birth to a little girl named Maya. And she was in leg irons in prison waiting for the death sentence. They were not going to kill her until she gave birth. And they told her, we will not kill you if you will renounce Jesus. And she refused. And I met her. She was in D.C. speaking at a conference after she was released, obviously. And I asked, she's a tiny woman, very small woman. I asked her, I said, when you were in that prison cell with your kids, how did you have the strength not to just give in to despair? I mean, I've never been threatened with murder unless I renounce my faith.
Let me ask you guys a question. Since most, if not a lot of you, are Christians, just because you articulate that you would renounce Christianity doesn't mean that you stop believing, right? And I think if God is the way that he is portrayed by Jesus in the New Testament, then it feels like God would be like, yeah, no, fucking lie right here. Like, these are the oppressors. Lie and be like, yeah, no, God, what is that? And go free, especially if it's for your children. God wants you to suffer, you and your children to suffer, so that you tell everybody that he's the best. That sounds demonic, for lack of a better word. That sounds demonic. Think about if you were, think of your favorite YouTube channel. let's say we'll use Mr. Beast because it's an easy example. I'm sure nobody's favorite YouTuber here is Mr. Beast. But let's say someone is a huge fan of Mr. Beast. And for whatever reason, it is now illegal to be a fan of Mr. Beast. And you get put in jail with your children. You don't have to stop liking the videos to say, yeah, I don't care about that anymore because I care about my children. And I don't want them to be imprisoned and executed. Can anybody explain that? Because it makes no fucking sense.
Despair. I mean, I've never been threatened with murder unless I renounce my faith. And she just said to me with a real peacefulness, she said, Jesus was with me. And thankfully, you and I have not faced that circumstance. But I do think there is a responsibility.
There's still time.
There is.
Indeed. So Maverick, you're saying that if somebody said they were going to put you and your children in jail unless you renounce your favorite YouTuber, because it really is your favorite YouTuber, you would let you and your children be in jail and possibly executed because you actually do believe that YouTuber is the best YouTuber? Because if it's the principle, then it can't just be for religion. If the principles stand for what you believe in, then you're saying, yeah, I when they are going to kill me and my children because I'm a fan of Mr. Beast, because I have the categorical imperative to never lie, that it's better that I let my children be executed. That sounds insane. And again, I will say demonic. I don't know how else. So, okay. So what's the difference then? What's the difference between a fundamental belief and a not so fundamental belief? Because again, the belief is not going anywhere. You're just saying things. They ask you, do you renounce Christ? And you say, yes. And you go on and be a good Christian and potentially be able to proselytize and get more Christians, more people into heaven. But instead, you and your children die? And that's the right thing to do in God's eyes? That's who I should be following? Oh, hell no. Good luck with that. You're telling me that is the best moral structure that humanity could ever come up with? Don't think so. Mike said, when someone says they'll die for Jesus, in a way, they're trying to say that's proof of him. Well, the no way is the part, but yeah, I mean, I get that. And the dogma is going to get your children killed. How do we not see that? I said my fundamental beliefs are the most important and moral aspect of purposeful existence. Right. Nobody's asking you to give them up. They're just asking you to say that you give them up. Why wouldn't you just say it? And again, fine. If it's just you, then the argument of not lying and standing on your beliefs and not letting someone control you, and fine, I can understand that. But when you bring your children into it, I'm going to let my children die for my beliefs. Yikes. That sounds like some boomer neocon shit. Israel is so important, so I'm going to send your children to die for it. And you want me to support that? No, thank you.
But I do think there is a responsibility.
There's still time.
There is, and I hope we don't. And actually, I'll use another example. John McCain, who you and I disagreed with on a lot of issues. I respected and admired him for his service and time as a prisoner of war. I think his policies I disagreed with vehemently and fought against them. But the man fought for America, and he was thrown in prison, and he was tortured by the...
Right. And so, perfect point. United said, die for Jesus is tough, but Muslims would do that very fast. Completely agreed. So why is that? Because their dogma is stronger than yours. Is that a good thing? I'll leave that up to you. I'll leave that up to you. Maverick said, I would consider lying. I would consider lying, but I'd also have faith in God that he will do what's best for me if I act honestly. But what? So despite the fact that someone is holding a gun to your child's head, based on the words that you say next, you believe I'm genuinely like just trying to understand this. I'm putting myself in this situation. And you're going to tell yourself, despite the fact that there was a gun to my child's head and someone saying, I will do this right now, unless you denounce Jesus, which again, they have no way of knowing whether it's legitimate or you're just saying it. And you believe that there's a way that God would, jam the gun? Or what does that mean? What is? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that he will do what's best for me if I act honestly? What does that mean in that situation? I'm not challenging you. Again, I do not understand. Mike said, telling the truth is not always morally right. It could be actually evil. Example, telling Germans where the Jews are because you don't want to lie. Well, I mean, it's sexual, so it's okay, right? Wokies, woke, right? Yeah. But exactly. I mean, it's and what did Bach say? I feel like honesty is important. Honesty is absolutely important. In the same way that Ted Cruz brought up having world leaders that like us. That's important too. But the question is, what are you willing to do to maintain that principle? You are willing to let your children die so that you don't tell a lie. Because God said so. And you don't find anything odd or inconsistent about that. All right. Except I'll tell you whatever you want to hear. That doesn't change what's inside my heart. And I thought that that's what God knows, what's truly inside your heart. But, all right, let's dive back in here.
America, and he was thrown in prison, and he was tortured by Vietnam, and he was given the opportunity to be released early, and he turned it down because he thought it would be dishonorable to leave before his fellow servicemen and women. And when I first got here,
there were no women there, but yeah.
Okay, man, you're right. When I first got here, McCain hated my guts, and he actually referred to me and Rand as wacko birds.
I remember.
I have up on the shelf, I have a baseball cap that a grassroots supporter gave me with a picture of Daffy Duck and labeled wacko birds, which I liked. And
so you would assume that would be also what would happen to you, and not the millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of other people who had Jesus with them, but were killed for their faith throughout history. Can you at least acknowledge that that's not logical? It's absolutely fair for you to have that belief, and I'm not trying to take it away from you, but can we acknowledge that from an outside perspective, that is not logical? Because this one person said, Jesus was with me, and she is alive despite the fact that she was told she was going to die if she didn't renounce. That's one person. That's one person. Would you make the same argument for somebody who has trans themselves and is happy with their life? Well, we should just trans everybody. I mean, look at Blair White. Special pleading.
Cap that a grassroots supporter gave me with a picture of Daffy Duck and labeled wacko birds, which I liked and laughed when. But when he did that, I went to the Senate floor and I gave a speech praising John McCain. And it was the day he'd attacked me publicly. And it happened to be, it was the 40th anniversary of his release from the Hanoi Hilton. And I just talked about what a privilege it is to serve with someone who suffered for his country, who served. And I didn't get into where we disagreed on policy on that speech. I just said, the man is an American hero, and I'm proud to serve with him. But that was meant to be a statement also.
I mean, I could, if you explain it. Cowards die many times for their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Again, if we were just talking about you, that's one thing. But I'm specifically highlighting the fact that you will let your children die. And you believe that because one time someone who was said that they were going to die didn't. And whether or not it's true, they believe that they said Jesus was with them. Therefore, that's enough for you to believe that the millions upon millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of people who were not saved despite having Jesus.
That if you attack me, I'm going to praise you, not for things that are not praiseworthy. I disagree with.
That's the part of religious that we haven't got to, that it's insane. We're like, no, that didn't happen. That's not what it says.
To you, I will not be shy about saying it, but for things that are praiseworthy.
I remember that. It was 2013.
Yeah.
And I felt the same way. I went to his cell at the Hanoi Hilton, and
oh, wow.
I agree with you about McCain. I just want to end by asking you specifically about what's going to happen next in Iran and what should happen next. So you've called for regime change. You said you don't favor the U.S. military participating in any kind of regime change. You said you don't think, and bless you for saying this, that the U.S. military should try and turn it into Belgium.
Yeah.
Thank God. But there is a third option where it turns into Syria, where it's this open wound and it causes massive migration and further destroys Europe, as Syria has.
Yeah.
And that's a huge cost, and where lots of people die and religious minorities get murdered in Syria. Again,
they all had Jesus, but didn't help them, but it's going to help you.
Are you worried about that?
Sure. And listen, that lots of bad things can happen. But going back to what we talked about, the principle of defending America, I agree with President Trump that Iran with a nuclear weapon is an unacceptable risk to America, and we need to stop it. I agree with President Trump, and I'll make a point.
But he's not for regime change.
He's not. So he and I disagree. Yeah, look, I think he thinks it would be better. He has not said he's for it.
Does someone? I haven't actually seen specifically what Trump has said. I've heard, rumblings. I think I saw somebody quote tweeting. But does someone have somewhere a tweet or a video, a press conference, an article where it's like Trump is saying this, that, whatever? I've heard he was celebrating it and cheering on Israel and all that stuff. But I haven't actually seen what he said. Can someone point me to where I can find that? Mike said, like the verse says, it rains on the right. It rains on the right, just and unrighteous alike. That verse says nothing, just words. Shit happens. That's what that verse says. Shout out to Boss with the $2. Said Iran is less than North Korea as far as nukes. Well, yet. As for now. Yep. I agree. Yet we're not at war with North Korea. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Usually there's a couple here or there, but it's probably the subject matter. And yeah, I definitely agree with Waco Mine here, saying war sucks no matter who is involved. Yep. Maverick said Trump said he knows where the Iran leader is and Trump said he knows where the Iran leader is and can kill him at will, and that if Iran does not surrender, that Trump will end them. Was that the dude where he showed his house? Because if that's the case, bomb that shit and let's ride. Let's ride. We are done with that. Let's take a little break. If you guys are enjoying the show, the party rages on 24/7 over in our Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat and is absolutely free to join 24/7. We're in there hanging out, having a great time. And guys, it is absolutely free. However, if you are a member of this channel here on YouTube, you can scroll right below that video and hit that join button. Starts at $2.99. There's a few different tiers, but $2.99 will get you in. It gets you members only live streams here on YouTube, all that other good stuff. But it opens up the full Discord server. So we've got the free chat that is open to anyone. Anybody can join and talk. But as you can see, that is just one of our channels. There's a bunch of different channels here, including our Disciple chat for members only, our Word of the Day watch party, where we're talking about all this stuff. And of course, we have the voice channel here, where we are hanging out at this moment. Shout out to everybody in the Discord server. Say hello and tell them to come and join.
Hello.
There you go, guys. Simple as that. See you there. And remember, guys, that after party is for members only. But if you click that free link, you will get a day pass to hang out with us in the after party that is happening right after the stream. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Waco Mind said, good to be here. Thank you for having me. Well, thank you for being here. Each and every one of you. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and here you are hanging out with us. And that really, really does mean a lot to me. And that's exactly why I want you guys to come and join the Discord so that the party never ends.
He's not. So he and I disagree. Look, I think he thinks it would be better. He has not said he's for it. And you know what? Look, it is consequential when the president of the United States says, I'm for regime change. So I understand why he hasn't. What he has said is he's drawn a red line and said, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and the only acceptable outcome is complete dismantlement. So they have centrifuges. They're enriching uranium right now. They're trying to develop a nuclear weapon. He said they must have complete dismantlement. I led 52 senators, Republican senators, in a letter where we said we agree with President Trump. That's the red line, complete dismantlement. I agree with President Trump. I agree with him supporting Israel, taking out Iran's military leadership, taking out their nuclear capability. And I'll point out, look.
So wait, I just want to get the specific wording, because again, I haven't heard specifically what Trump has said. Maybe we'll do a little side quest in a second. But Maverick, so they already tried this tale in Iraq, the WMDs. Now they do the same thing to Iran a quarter of a century later, and idiots don't get that it's fake news. Has nobody read The Boy Who Cried Wolf? Apparently not. I mean, apparently 20, 25 years is enough time where people forget. People forget. People didn't know. The youngest of people who are voting now were not paying attention to this stuff. I mean, I'm 35. I barely was paying attention to what was going. The specific. I knew we were at war, obviously. I remember 9/11, obviously. But I mean, the specifics, I thought that there were WMDs and we got to get Saddam and that's going to make the world perfect. Didn't happen. Didn't fucking happen. And yeah, the wolf wins in the end. Every single time.
Taking out Iran's military leadership, taking out their nuclear capability. And I'll point out, look, if you look the first term, I am hard-pressed to think of a single foreign policy decision Donald Trump made the first term that I disagree with. And that's not entirely accidental, because I spent a lot of time the first term in the Oval Office with him. And what happened in the first term often is you would have in the administration, you had interventionists in the administration, you had isolationists, and they disagreed. They would fight within the administration. And often what it would give is an opportunity for me to come in and say, hey, there's a middle path here that President Trump agreed with frequently.
Yep, 3 weeks is plenty. 24 hours might be enough for the news cycle. Completely agreed.
And it's worth noting, in the first term, he most assuredly was not an isolationist. Look, he took out General Soleimani, which I emphatically agree with. And in fact, I introduced a resolution that we voted on the Senate floor commending him for taking out General Soleimani, who was the...
Yeah, correct. The previous presidents have had established the fact that we are the world police and that we have the right and the justification to go into wherever we want and do whatever we want. And that doesn't just end when a new president comes in. So until now, we've had no new wars. No new wars. That's what we were talking about.
The leader of the IRGC, and who was responsible for killing over 600 American servicemen and women. When Trump came in, ISIS had a caliphate that had grown up under Obama that was about the size of the state of Indiana. And Trump came in and utterly decimated them. He killed the terrorists, took away their caliphate, and defeated them. And he also took out Baghdadi, the head of ISIS. I mean, those are not the actions of an isolationist, but at the same time...
I don't even know what isolationist is. It's just a slur designed to control... I mean, never met an isolationist. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist. Okay, and Tucker...
Dilly to Rand Paul. If isolationist just means not getting into unnecessary wars, I'm an isolationist. Maverick said, furthermore, Trump says he knows where Khomeini, is that how you say it? Khomeini? Meaning he knows where a mobile human is, but cannot locate their nukes, which are stationary and much more sizable. So illogical. Is that the case? I feel like if somebody's out and about, then it'll be easier to find them than something that's hidden and not out and about and doesn't have records of stuff. I don't know. Just saying.
I mean, I've never met an isolationist. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist.
Okay,
and Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a slur. You consistently say.
So this is in debate. If somebody is getting triggered by a word that you're saying, and you don't mean it to be triggering, use a different word. So when you say isolationist, if you mean doesn't want to get into these wars, then just say that. If you mean are scared to do anything that could, then say that. He's just expressed to you he doesn't understand what you are trying to say when you use that word. And yet, you continue to use that word as if we understand it.
And Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a slur. You consistently say, you have said, actually, I want to read from your newsletter, because if you ask what an isolationist is, your newsletter a couple of days ago, you wrote.
Well, Iran's the seventh country. Who was it? The 7 countries in 5 years, or five countries in 7 years? 7 countries. That's the last one on the list, right? Fucking Iran.
Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back, Trump said, following the strikes.
Right.
It's worth taking a step back and wondering how any of this helps the United States. We can't think of a single way. Okay, that to me is the essence of isolationism. And let me just ask you, when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. Do you not believe him? Do you think he?
I do, but again, the question, Ted, is why? Why? It's not for our freedoms. It's because we keep doing shit like this.
The Ayatollah chants death to America. I believe him. Do you not believe him? Do you think he doesn't mean it when he says death to America?
Well, I think he hates America, for sure. And I'm opposed to that.
And do you think he's willing to act on it? It's not just hate America. He also is leading a country and trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
Under certain circumstances, for sure. So the question is, do you act in a way that makes that more or less likely? And that's a tough call. It's something that you can debate. One of the ways you shut down debate is by calling people names like isolationists, pretending they're like pro-Nazi or something, or as you did, claiming I'm an anti-Semite. Right, that's not a way to get to a solution or have a rational conversation. That's a way to make people be quiet.
Wait, what? You've never added something to a grocery list last minute? I definitely have. What's the... is that a response to Pakistan, or did that just go right over my head? Sorry.
And I'm against that.
Okay, so if you don't like the label isolationist, how would you... Look, Rand, and I served with Rand. Rand is a friend of mine, but Rand opposes every military action in every circumstance.
I don't oppose every military. This whole thing is infantile, and you know that it is. It's a way to call people names.
So which of Trump's military actions do you support? And you disagree with them all.
And make them be quiet.
Give me another name. If you don't like that, I'm not trying to have you be quiet. We've been talking an hour and a half. I'm asking, if you don't like the name isolationist, how would you describe it?
I would describe myself in the same way you falsely described yourself in this conversation.
Falsely.
Yes, falsely.
What did I say false?
You said that the only
so many things
thing that matters in a foreign policy decision is whether it helps the United States.
I didn't say the only, I said the predominant.
That's what I understood.
Okay.
So let me revise what you said and apply it to myself and say the only thing that matters is whether or not it serves the United States. And I feel very stung by what happened in Iraq, if I'm being honest. Possibly because
I said, shit, me too.
Unlike you, I guess, I supported it. And I saw us get drawn into it in a way that nobody anticipated. And I saw the cost just about $3 trillion. And the cost on so many levels to the United States was just so profound. And I felt like, mistake. Gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, my men will be back by the time the leaves turn. And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So
all right, so let's do a little side quest here. I wanted to find, just because I hadn't heard exactly what is going on. So I just asked ChatGPT, what exactly has Trump said about the Iran-Israel conflict in the last few days? There's a quote, series of quotes, or a video press conference. And on June 17th, Trump used social media to demand Iran's unconditional surrender, warning that the U.S. patience was wearing thin. And then he said, you know exactly where Khamenei is hiding. We're not going to take him out, at least not for now. Again, why? That's kind of, I may do it, I may not. That's a very Trumpian thing to say. I'm looking to fight, but if it's a choice between fighting and having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Disagree. So let's see.
Mr. President, have you given to answer questions about whether you are moving closer or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities? Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that way? Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? So would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch?
Even in this, he's just making joke. I mean, come on, man.
I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before all this death and destruction? Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you got to do something. You got to negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that. And they got hit. Remember 60 days? And then came the
He seems tired.
61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit. That first hit. That was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable.
And so just more of like, oh, we're awesome and bombing people is cool and all and that is shit. Shout out to James Allen in the building. Said Tucker appears to be leaning left now. This is why I watch YouTube for my news now. So just so I'm clear, are we saying that not wanting to get into a war is left leaning, or what is it that he said or done that you are calling left leaning? Again, not challenging you. I'm just asking. Welcome to the party. Yup. Maverick said Tucker doesn't realize something can benefit and hinder you at the same time. Saying whatever benefits the USA, it may benefit the USA economically to attack Iran, but it will hinder US in other ways. Very, very true. Nothing is black and white. Donald Trump. All right. Nick said I didn't when he first ran for office, but I love Trump now. He's a funny motherfucker sometimes. I mean, I definitely have there's been a little bit of a bell curve that seems to be going on, and I first hated him, and then I loved him, and now it's like, all right, well, you came here, what you needed to do, and let's move on. Whether it's JD Vance or anybody else,
My men will be back by the time.
Which, of course, is not to say Kamala would have been better. You cannot conclude that from anything that I've said.
And the leaves turn, and of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting starts. That's my only point. And calling people names, anti-Semite, isolationist, to get them to stop talking is not the way to serve your country. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm trying to have a real and serious conversation. Right. And look, a lot of this has been contentious. I wish it had not, because as we started out by saying, you and I agree vehemently on 80% of the issues. This discussion is focused on the 20% where we don't. I will say, look, on Iraq, you look at the 2016 presidential campaign where you had 17 Republicans running. If you set Rand aside, and his views are on one side, there were only two candidates on that stage that opposed the Iraq war. Me and Donald Trump were the only two. Everyone else thought the Iraq war was a great thing. I think it was a disaster. So you and I agree on that as well. In my view, I think your foreign policy has gone too far. So, let me ask you, is there a military act?
Oh, that's what they want. There's a lot of them. That's what they would love. They would love that.
I think your foreign policy has gone too far. So, let me ask you, is there a military action Trump has undertaken that you agree with? Because I've not heard anything.
A military, look, I would say it's really simple. I believe in self-defense. That's why I keep firearms at home. I think it's more.
Yeah, we were in a bunch of shit, and we did some military actions because we were already in a bunch of shit. But until now, there's been nothing that, well, and again, I'm still not fully, as far as I understand, it was Israel striking Iran. that Trump is in favor of it, but I'm not. And this is a question to you guys, if you could help me out. Like, is this something that was directly funded, or is the issue that because Israel did this, now Iran is going to want to respond, and then Israel is going to be like, "Whoa, America, can you come help us?" That's what I'm not full, because it's not like that Trump sent an American missile over to Iran, right? So can someone parse that out for me?
Well, I believe in self-defense. That's why I keep firearms at home. I think it's morally justified to defend yourself, your family, your property.
More than Trump.
Your nation. And so to the extent that you can deter a threat through violence always being the least appealing choice, violence always being, if I can finish, always being a tragedy, I think you can justify the use of violence in self-defense. That is my personal view. And
I'm completely in agreement. Self-defense is the only time that violence should really be enacted.
That applies to,
self-defense or defense of others.
To me and to the country that I live in. Those are my views. That's not an isolationist view. It's not an anti-Israel view. It's not an anti-Semitic view, with apologies.
With apologies. So Merritt said Trump denied authorizing the attack initially, but then that made him look like he had little authority. So now he's backtrack on that. So meaning, and again, just asking, coming from ignorance. So meaning that Israel was like, "Yo, we're about to strike them," and Trump was like, "Don't do that." Like, we're gonna do it anyway. And Trump's like, "No, yeah, I told them to do that." Is that kind of the dumbing down of what's going on?
It is, I think, a pretty common sense view. But my problem is that lawmakers in Washington are light on detail with these things, and they speak, as you do, entirely in moral terms. These people are bad. These people are.
I'm not speaking entirely in moral terms. I'm not interested in killing bad guys. I'm interested in killing people who are trying to kill us.
If we had,
that's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Are you now? Because you told me that the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump, and then you
that
said
is undisputed.
And again, I have not heard any of you. I think it was like 86% of you guys were like, "Nah, if they're trying to assassinate the president, that's not enough for a war." Anybody want to speak on that? Anybody want to speak on that? I am not saying you are wrong. I just do not understand why that would not meet the threshold of Congress saying, "Yeah, it's wartime."
There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you support military action right now against Iran?
We are engaged in military action right now.
Why don't you?
So Maverick said Netanyahu said Trump okayed the attack behind closed doors. Evidence does imply that Trump gave the location of some government officials and Iranian nuclear scientists to Israel. United says coming out that he may not have known. We will never know the truth. Welcome to politics. James said, I still like Tucker, but Ted is spot on. The bigger picture is look at the issues in our Democrat-run cities in chaos. Iran is a Democrat-run city? I'm confused because I thought that was Tucker's point, that we have people in our own nation, yet we're talking about Israel and Iran. So how is, whether it's the bigger picture or it's short-sighted, in what way is this even related to Democrat cities? Because if that's what we were talking about, that was the joke that Tucker made. Maybe we need regime change in DC because of the mayor. Like, right? But Ted's not talking about, that's what I'm saying. Tucker's the one talking about the issues in our Democrat-run cities. Ted is talking about Israel and Iran.
Military action right now against Iran.
We are engaged in military action right now.
Why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay.
So
why shouldn't the U.S.
Well, Israel is, so that's us. That's basically us, right?
Military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
I don't either. And you guys seem to agree with Ted on this one. Why? Waco Mine said there's a long history of Netanyahu pressuring the U.S. To involve itself in foreign affairs, mostly for Israel's benefit. Regime changes tend to leave the world with guys like Castro in charge, which is precisely why the America First crowd is not for this. But that's why I'm confused like when James is saying that Ted is spot on, and then talks about Democrat-run cities, because Ted is the one ignoring the issues at least in this conversation. He's the one ignoring the issues in our Democrat-run cities and talking about global affairs. I'm not saying that those aren't important, but that's not what he's talking about right now. So how is Tucker wrong and Ted is right if the focus is poorly run Democrat cities? That's what is going over my head right now.
It really is.
Okay.
So
Why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
look, and it goes back to
Because you don't really believe it's true. That's why.
everyone. Hey, nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did you also
disputing
did
it.
we
I'm
land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you
asking
not
you-
believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like,
Yup.
What? So where? I've asked you the name.
I would have been like, hey, I mean, if you were trying to come up with an example of a stupid conspiracy theory, moon not the best, but 9/11 was probably the worst one, because we know that it was not. We don't know exactly what it was. We know for fucking sure that it wasn't the official story.
other conspiracies do you
asking
not
you-
believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like,
What? So where? I've asked you the names of these people. I've
I
asked you
don't
how
know the
you
names
know
of
the
the Iranian
information.
hitmen. I
I'm
know
asking-
it because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly
And what did they
that
say?
Iran is trying to murder Donald Trump
How?
and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry, and,
Then-
and I don't
then-
think we do.
Okay, so Box, did you say you would say that Iranian assassins would rise to the level of war? Did you say yes with that? Because that is, if they do, then we do. That would be going to war because they did. So if you said yes, then you're making sense. I'm with you. But it seems like a lot of you saying if they do, then we do. If they don't, we should probably do it anyway, just in case. And obviously being sarcastic, but like, again, somebody articulate why. If Iran is trying to assassinate Trump, we should not go to war because. Somebody, please finish that sentence. 80% of you hold this belief. I'm in the minority. Just explain it to me. That should not rise to the level of war because.
Donald Trump
How?
and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry, and,
Then-
and I don't
then-
think we do either because we would apprehend them if we knew their names.
Then why don't you take it seriously enough to support killing the Ayatollah in response to protect our president? But you don't. This doesn't even make any sense. And you're calling me an isolationist. If I believed that was true, I would support military action against the government of Iran.
Okay, that's interesting because there is
You
literally
can't kill our president.
all right. Out of 535 members of Congress, I am not aware of one who disputes that Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump. That's not even the looniest Democrat doesn't dispute that. So
Then why were we not already at war?
I don't. You're saying if you believed what is, I think, a fact that they are trying
You
to,
think it's a fact?
Yes.
What is the fact exactly?
that they've hired
where did
hitmen.
in the United States?
Yes.
Americans?
Yeah, he's not in Iran, so they haven't hired hitmen.
No, but
in
are they
Iran.
the hitmen American?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But it's known, not by me, not by me, but it's known.
Telling you what, and by the way, I'm not the CIA. I'm not the Department of Defense. I'm telling you what
Okay.
they have told us.
I'm not disputing it.
Okay, so what is it? Aside from, are you saying that they've just said that it is happening? Because as we've seen over the last how many years, the intelligence community is saying this is happening or this is not happening is not enough evidence to trust that it is or is not happening.
Yeah, I'm merely saying
We are.
that
but
I'm not. I'm saying the logic train has a massive hole in it. If you believe that's true, then you should, by definition, support killing the people trying to kill our president. But you don't support that.
Now, Tucker,
So I'm wondering what's going on here.
Tucker, you took a
Anybody want to take on the argument as to why we shouldn't go to war if the Iranian government is trying to kill our president? Why did you say we shouldn't go to war? I don't understand.
offense to the word isolationist, and I genuinely don't mean it as a pejorative. I disagree with it. But if you
But see, that's the linguistic creep. So of course we have a semantic obfuscation where people are changing the use of words and the meaning of words so that they can, win arguments. You can get your own semantic obfuscation. We got all this good stuff, a bunch of clothes and all that good stuff. We also have a bunch of other designs here, including and dogma, which is very clearly a problem in this world only at TheIndianJesus.com. But I forgot what you said. Oh yeah, he's saying I don't mean it as a pejorative, and I believe him. So again, if you were not here, then remember when Peter Boghossian was live on a stream, and I brought up this idea of semantic obfuscation, that people are twisting words, and Nazi used to mean somebody who was following Hitler in the Holocaust, and now it just means anybody that I don't like the things that they're saying. And he's like, wait, hold up. You got to be accurate here, especially if you're talking about semantics, because we do have semantic obfuscation, people who are doing the twisting of the language. But then we have the people who just understand the language as it has been obfuscated. So what do I mean by that? I believe Ted Cruz when he says, I don't mean it as a pejorative, because he has heard it in such a context that explains something that he doesn't like, but it's not meant. It's meant to be just a factual thing that you want to isolate. But the way that he is using this is to make it seem like, oh, you're weak or something along those lines, because you should be strong enough to want to go and fight Iran, but you're an isolationist. That is the linguistic creep. So even if he is not doing this on purpose, it is happening. And our language has been destroyed because of wokeness. It all comes down to wokeness and dogma. Shout out to Bugs with another $2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Said, Iran is beneath us. It is not a threat to us. I agree, man. I agree. And again, I don't know that much, but I'm here. I'm trying to listen to the conversation from a senator, congressman, whatever the fuck it is, who is, this is what he does. And we've been watching for an hour and 23 minutes. And I still don't know what the justification is.
You don't like that term. I don't know how else to describe what is a coherent foreign policy that says we're surrounded by two giant nations. By the way, isolationism has long been a school of foreign policy. I believe in
self-defense. I'm not but not into the slurs, the anti-Semite stuff. I just don't like that. I'm telling you what I believe.
So, but is there a single military action Trump took that you agree with? So did you agree with taking out General Soleimani?
Oh, I don't know. It turned out better than I thought, I guess.
I mean, you said at the time it would lead us to World War III.
I was worried about it. I've seen that.
Well, but that proved not the case.
I was wrong, as I have been many times.
You see how that works? You see how that works? Sometimes you say things that don't comport with reality, and that's okay, as long as you acknowledge it. And depending on the situation, if you've influenced people, apologize, which he has done over and over and over again.
In that,
but that proved not the case.
I was wrong. As I have been many times.
Did you agree with taking out the ISIS caliphate?
Well, if we took out the ISIS caliphate, why are they running Syria right now? And you're for that. Why is that?
What do you mean? I didn't say I'm for that.
You don't seem to have a problem with it.
I didn't say
ISIS
that.
is now running Syria. You're like, we'll see.
No, I did.
Look, I mean, I know why.
By the way, I know why. Assad toppled.
It's hilarious.
You know why I don't care?
Assad is bad, but no, ISIS runs Syria, but that's fine. We'll just kind of wait and see on ISIS. Not a big deal.
You know
not
why?
A big deal. They're trying to kill Trump.
Hold on a second. I want to get back. You know why
I want to get back to something that makes me, at least, if not look bad, that I can obfuscate enough that people don't realize that I'm talking shit.
I don't care, and why? And you do your trademark smirky laugh. I know why you don't care.
What are you even talking about?
What? Why don't I care?
I don't know why. You tell me. Because you think it's okay because they're not making angry noises or something. But by your own standards, ISIS is so immoral that they must die. But now they're running Syria, and you don't think that we should take military action against the government of Syria? Because why?
Because I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind. Ted Cruz is indeed on the woke right.
What I said is, I don't know how good or bad it'll be. Look, I wasn't pushing Assad out. He fell. He fell on his own, in part because he was heavily supported by Hezbollah. And when Israel took out the Hezbollah leadership, he lost his base of support.
So why can't they do that now?
ISIS leadership, you don't think is bad? You can't say it's terrible that ISIS runs a country?
I am concerned about it.
Concerned?
Oh, wow. You're concerned. Okay.
Aren't you horrified?
Nah.
I want to see what they do.
Oh,
But
so
they-
you got a wait and see attitude on ISIS now?
On the government of Syria, they are not actively, that I am aware of,
Yikes.
trying to murder Americans. And that's a real dividing line. Are you trying to murder Americans or
I'm
not?
just saying it's a little weird that we
Weird. And it is weird. But yeah, Dead's in the swamp like Pelosi, but different. Wokeness. No, I mean, that's a little too broad. But yeah, the swamp is not one side or the other. It is the depth of the swamp itself.
waged this war against ISIS and now they're running a country in the Mediterranean. I think that people would be very, very upset about that. But you don't seem
By the
very
way,
upset about
did
that.
you agree with Trump taking out al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS?
I'm totally opposed to ISIS. And what I care about is results, actually. And if taking out the head of ISIS ends ISIS, I guess I'm for it. But now ISIS runs Syria.
Okay,
so
but
I'm wondering
you
how
weren't
does
at
this
the
work?
Right. So what Tucker's position is, okay, I'm under the impression that if we take out Soleimani, then we're a-okay, ISIS is gone. Now, in hindsight, seeing that that didn't happen, it makes sense why you would then be in favor of it and now be like, ah.
I mean, my point is,
Word at the time, I mean,
And of course, that's a very easy thing to understand, but Cruz is very upset about that because he needs him to agree.
I've taken so many different positions over the years, some of which have been wrong. I really do my best to be honest and correct if they are and admit that I was wrong. I'm not one of these people who's like, I've always been consistent. No, my views change all the time because the facts change all the time. You're not going to get consistency from me. You're only going to get sincerity.
well,
Ooh, you're not going to get consistency from me, only sincerity. That's actually a little bit more of a clunky line than it hit me, but and Funkmaster saying Soleimani wasn't the leader of ISIS, but that's kind of irrelevant to what Ted is trying to get to, and irrelevant to the point that Tucker's making, that like, how come you care about ISIS here, but you don't care about ISIS there? No principles, just positions.
look, I will say this, and look, I believe you're sincere.
Yeah.
But
I'm not
and-
God. I'm
and-
just some guy watching, trying to figure out the right thing for America.
And I think because you believe you were mistaken, and I agree previously, I think you overcorrected.
What do you mean overcorrected? I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran into a much larger mess.
I would have loved for Tucker to ask what's the overreaction? What would have been the proper reaction? Because like, again, these are meaningless words. He's like, I don't think you did enough. What the fuck does that mean, dude?
That's the concern. And
by
that's
the way, that's a reasonable worry.
look, I know it's reasonable. And I know you've been like, you're like ready to call me all these names for asking, you're just asking questions. Yes, I am. So here's my question to you.
He's a jerk.
If the Ayatollah is
What they do?
killed in Iran, and he very
Yeah, very well
be.
could if there's a
So
war.
I have just read in the paper this morning that Israel tried to take him out twice and Trump told them not to.
I have read that. I don't have independent confirmation one way or
Do
the
you
other.
think that they should take him out?
So I actually talked about it. As you know, I do a podcast every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz. And I actually
Put a 1 in the chat if you have never heard of a Ted Cruz podcast, or put a 1 in the chat if you know that Ted Cruz does a podcast, but you would never listen to it.
talked about it in the latest podcast. And I said, look, I've seen the
You bean?
reporting that says that Trump asked them not to take out the Ayatollah. And what I said in the podcast is, I think it's reasonable for them to decide not to try to take him out. What they've done is targeted just about the entire top level of the military, the people that actually conduct the war. I
Not getting into the Cruz part. What is it called? What is it called? Let's see what it's called. Ted Cruz podcast. Verdict with Ted Cruz. That's not even catchy. That's not even catchy. I guess the rest of you are big fans. All right. Hey, whatever floats your boat.
can see an argument that taking out both the head of state and a religious leader could make him a martyr and could cause more problems than it's worth. And by the way, if you take out the Ayatollah, I don't know if the next guy isn't just as bad. And so
exactly. So how does that not apply to Iran?
I am.
What happens to the country?
I don't know, but you mentioned before, and I want to go back to this. You said something
Oh, we're backing up again. Boop, boop, boop. Bus driver Ted.
like you, like most other politicians, are engaged in moral terms. And let me
Oh, moral terms. Morality? I'm a Christian, okay? This is politics. What morality is this? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Are you a Christian first? In which case morality should be a very big focus on everything that you do? Or are you a slimy feline of a politician that will say whatever makes you look best?
You, like most other politicians, are engaged in moral terms. And let me be clear, I am talking about national interest. I am talking about protecting America. So there are bad guys on planet Earth that I don't think we should take out, even though they're bad guys.
Good.
I'll call them bad guys, but I'm not willing to use U.S. military force to take them out.
Okay, so yet again, we come back to the very first question. Why is this different? And or how would you do it so that it would be different from every other regime change war that we've had in my lifetime?
In this instance, what Israel is doing is taking out their capacity to build nuclear weapons. Why? Because they judge the risk is too high if they got nuclear weapons.
I understand that. I understand.
Nick, you're a little off base here, but I'm fucking here for it. I'm fucking here for it. I like drunk Nick. Let's go. Drink up, baby.
Because they judge the risk is too high if they got nuclear weapons.
I understand that. I understand that. I think it's in progress. I think it'll probably be achieved, probably with U.S. military support. Who knows? But the president said he's for that.
And by the way, where military support is most needed is Fordow, which is it's a bunker that's built under a mountain.
I'm not aware. Shout out again. I'm getting scared now. You guys are scaring me. Bunkmaster with the $10. Of course, a treat for Morty with every donation. After tonight's push-up, Squantek isn't going to recognize you when he comes back. Hail Morty, I'm out. See you later, jerks. Thank you so very, very much. Everybody put FMG in the chat. Sponsoring the whole goddamn thing. Thank you, sir. And we are now up to, I fucking lost count. Jesus Christ. My arms are going to be hurting.
Most needed is Fordow, which is it's a bunker that's built under a mountain.
Right.
And Israel's taken out most of the rest, like Natanz, which is their big enrichment site. They bombed the hell out of it. Fordow was deliberately built deep into a mountain so that Israel couldn't take it out. And there's an active discussion because the U.S. has bunker buster bombs. They're big enough to take out Fordow.
30,000 pounds.
Yeah. Yes. And Israel doesn't. So the one military piece
nor the air.
So we can do it and they can't. Therefore, we should. Is that the argument?
Craft to fly them.
Correct. Right.
But here's, I guess, what bothers me is that I said 2 weeks ago, the real goal here is regime change in Iran. It's not.
I don't think that's Trump's goal.
Well, it's your goal.
Because he took the words right out of my mouth. That was the first thing that he said. I am for regime change. That's how he opened this conversation. Wake Up Mind said, forced regime changes tend to leave a power vacuum. Economic incentives may build more solidarity towards peace between neighbors that do not get along. Maybe it's time for that art of the deal stuff. And one of the liberals that can't get me out of their head, and every single time something happens, they DM me and be like, look at this, as if anything that is happening or could happening would be a justification for me to be like, nope, Kamala would have been better. They take this stuff and I don't know if you put a one in the chat if you have not seen Dave Smith call for impeachment. Because that was sent to me, and I want to get your guy. If you haven't seen it, I would love to know what you guys think about that. Because somebody was sending that to me and trying to be like, "Oh, I love to see it," as if like, "Ha ha, you're losing." When it's like, Dave has always been a libertarian, anti-war, not really a fan of Trump, but begrudgingly at the very last minute voted for Trump because he said that Kamala has to lose. And the fact that even if I think he's being a little bit, he was being a little bit emotional. But even if he genuinely believes that Trump should be impeached, that doesn't change anything. That's just a libertarian thing and libertarian shit. Everybody saw that? I don't believe you. Everybody saw that?
So the real goal here is regime change in Iran. It's not.
I don't think that's Trump's goal.
Well,
And I don't.
It's your goal. It's Israel's goal. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying it's important to be honest and not lie and not attack people for telling the truth.
So I believe I've been assiduously honest in this, but words matter. You said the real goal here is regime change, and it's your goal. And I want to be clear.
Well, you said it was your goal.
I want to be clear because words matter. Do I support?
Okay, so we did. Everybody saw it. Did anybody listen to the podcast episode where he actually expounded on it for more than a minute and a half? Because if not, he undercuts himself a lot. He undercuts himself a lot. And his whole thing is, yeah, I hope I'm wrong about this. I hope I'm wrong about that. We don't know yet. I could be. And so to try to use that as like, see, you fucked up, Lutch. And then want a good faith conversation after that is insane. But, you know, liberals are going to be liberal. Shout out to DJ Isolated. Welcome to the party.
And I want to be clear.
Well, you said it was your goal.
I want to be clear because words matter. Do I support regime change and would I like a government that doesn't hate America and isn't trying to kill us in Iran? Yes, that's a good outcome. Is that the objective of these military strikes? I don't think necessarily. I don't know if it's Israel's.
Okay, so then what is the objective?
It's not my objective. My
Should
objective
it
is
be
taking
the
out.
U.S. if Israel decides we're going to decapitate the government and try to foment an uprising against it? Should the United States participate in that operation in any way?
Look, I have not called for killing the
Anna's been a lot better in the last year or so, but she had a terrible take on the riots.
Ayatollah. And there is nations in war generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, there has been a long-standing nations in war have refrained from killing heads of state. I have not publicly called for killing the Ayatollah. What I've called for is doing whatever is necessary to stop him from getting nuclear weapons. In the first Trump term, what that meant was maximum pressure. So in the first Trump term, I spent a lot of time urging the president to withdraw from the disastrous Iranian nuclear deal that Obama had. President Trump agreed with me. He did that. And then I urged him to end the oil waivers and to sanction the hell out of the country. And it ended up crippling their economy. So Iran at the time was selling 2 million barrels of oil a day. 1 million barrels of oil a day. When President Trump ended the oil waivers, it cut their sales to 300,000 barrels a day. At the end of the Trump term, the Iranian economy was in shambles. They had massive inflation. I think the regime was teetering.
Wait, hold on. Wake up on which link did you click? The pinned link or one of Nick's links? And you do not have to be on camera. You do not have to be on camera. But this, yes, please let me know which link you clicked that was invalid. I will, I definitely need to update that. Whether it's my, if it was the pinned link or if it was Nick's link, please let me know. Both links showed invalid? What the fuck? All right, well, let's edit. No limit, never. Generate new link. All right, I don't know what's going on, but Nick, that is the new link. That should work. It is free to join. If you join while we are on stream, you get an invite to the after party tonight where you can, but you do not have to be on camera. Let me let's give this a click. Make sure we're good. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. There we go. So hit that link. Let me pin that. Replace pinned link now. The is it an official link? Yeah. The official yeah, but sometimes they expire. I don't know. It's messed up. But the new link that I just dropped and pinned to the top of the chat should work. Hey, shout out to Box. Box giving himself a gifted membership. Well, thank you so very, very much, sir. Come on, eat it. There you go. And again. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, sir. And shout out to the Dung Show. If you click that link, because you have a membership, it's not only just a day pass, the whole month you get to come to every single after party. Not to mention, we have other text channels that people are in, and we may or may not like to talk shit about the free chat in the Disciple chat. So become a member. Either way, come on through. And again, even if you join the free link, you get points just for typing and engaging, and you get levels and stuff. You get to level 15 just by talking to people. Then I'll give you membership privileges. I we need the paywall so that there's not a bunch of trolls and stuff. But what I really care about is the community. So I want you guys there. So it's free. It's free. It is
Trump term, the Iranian economy was in shambles. They had massive inflation. I think the regime was teetering. I think it might have fallen. I would use economic sanctions and I would use moral suasion to try to effectuate
But if you
the regime
topple,
change.
okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means.
And then, do you have somebody that you want to put in there, or are you just gonna be cool with the civil war, exactly like we saw in Syria and Libya and Yemen and all these places?
What happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I told you. What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you? A long time ago. And what happened when I told you exactly what just happened?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well,
But you're calling for war.
it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Like if he asked you what was the population of South Africa and you didn't know, that would be one thing.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is
because
that
if
relevant?
you don't know anything about the country,
I didn't say I don't know anything about
okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not
Okay.
even, you don't know anything about Iran. So
Okay,
actually
I
the
am not
country,
the Tucker Carlson
No, but
expert on Iran.
you're a
who
senator
says-
who's calling
Okay,
for the
you're the one who
overthrow of the
claims-
government.
you're the
and
one
you
who
don't know anything
claims-
about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims
No, you.
they're not trying to murder Donald Trump.
No,
You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was a
saying
good
you
idea
don't
to kill
believe-
General Soleimani, and you
don't
said it was bad.
believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really
we are
believe that,
carrying out military strikes today.
you said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive
No,
capacity.
we're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
You like within seconds. And this is the frustration. If you were consistently saying they, Israel, and is separating that, we are helping, but this, that, whatever, that would be one thing. But you are specifically grouping us together.
Denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive
No,
capacity.
we're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
This is
Israel.
high stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay,
I'm listening.
we are not bombing them.
Oh, okay.
Israel is bombing them. And why do you do the snide? Oh, okay.
What do you mean? Because this is super high stakes stuff. It's
And again, see, like Ted Cruz is the one who's not being clear, yet he feels entitled to be like, how dare you not accept my bullshit? How dare you not accept my bullshit? Are we frozen? Hopefully we're not frozen. Let me know if we're frozen. Can you guys see the video? It's not showing up on my end, but it looks like it's good on your end. Oh, there we go. Oh, well, what the fuck is going on? All right, yeah. Let me know what you can and cannot see or hear.
energy comes from there.
So
We
let
have,
me
you
ask
don't
you,
want
Tucker,
another disaster. You don't want to be
Tucker,
reckless.
the Ayatollah
Yep. You said Trump promised me the breakup of corrupt intel community and no war. Bam!
refers to Israel as the little Satan of America.
And also, that doesn't mean that I regret my vote because Kamala would have been better. Two things can be true at the same time.
Is the great
know.
Satan. Do you believe him when he says it's the great Satan?
course
Do
I
you
believe-
think?
of course I
Do you
believe
think if
him.
the Ayatollah could murder both of us right now that he would? I do. I believe him.
Okay, I assume no good faith on the part of the Ayatollah.
No, not
and if
good
your
faith.
implication
No,
is like
it's not
I'm
good
pro
faith.
Ayatollah or
No,
something,
no, it's not good faith. It's that
just saying
It-
you're
it-
a lawmaker. You're a powerful person in Washington. This is the most powerful.
And words matter, as you've said 4 times in this conversation, right? Despite not actually using your words to articulate anything meaningful.
country in the world, if you're calling for toppling in government, it's incumbent on you to know something about the country and to think through the consequences of that. And you haven't, and you don't. And I'm saying that's
I had a
reckless.
thought. Okay, you
I would argue religious dogma in general, but specifically if we're going to pick one to put at the top of the list, Islam is absolutely the problem.
you engage in reckless rhetoric with no facts. And to be clear,
Projection! No, you, Teddy.
I'm not calling for the
you put out
overthrow
a
of a
newsletter.
government.
You put out a newsletter attacking Donald Trump and calling him complicit.
Never
I can
attacked
read
Donald Trump.
Yes, you have. And by the way,
campaigned for Donald Trump.
Okay, yes,
And this is
and-
after anti-Semitism, this is the last refuge. You're an anti-Semite and you hate Trump.
okay,
I love Trump.
I will read you.
I love Trump too, but that doesn't mean I agree with every single thing he does. I love Papa Lutch. That's my father. I don't agree with everything that he says or does.
Put out a whole newsletter saying Trump has
All right.
abandoned America
And now we're back to the news.
first. And here's what Trump said in response. Well, considering that I'm the
I'm not a fan of any religion.
one that developed America first, and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one who decides that. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace.
When did he write this? Because he's been very clear about changing his opinion. He just said, hey, yo, son, we got to get them arms down the street. They moving in on our turf. How many are there? Oh. Ted Cruz.
That was directed at you.
Man, you got me. Busted.
No, I'm just saying.
Look, my views. Look, I like Trump. I campaigned for Trump. I know Trump. I talked to him last night. Not against Trump, and you know that.
But you're against his foreign policy.
I think
Yes, correct. We are against a policy position, not the man himself. You fucking retard.
that we should be very careful about entering into more foreign wars that don't help us when our country is dying.
When you say
And our
don't
country
help
is
us,
dying.
Look, yes, focus on our country. I'm all for it. But the naivete.
You don't even know how much money this costs. You don't know anything about the country whose government you want to overthrow, and you're calling me reckless.
I want to stop a lunatic who wants to murder us from getting nuclear weapons
Fair.
that could kill millions of Americans.
Fair.
You say, I can't see how that benefits America in any way. That is bizarre. And by the way,
bizarre.
isolationism, your foreign policy is the foreign policy.
And now we're back to isolationism, which has already been established to not be a word that was understood. So now that is an ad hominem. Once it's established that, hey, I don't know what that means and I'm offended by it, then if you use it again, then you're specifically throwing an ad hominem. Shout out to Boss, and he pulled out the script for the second time. Let's go back to the newsletter. You know, of course, look how lazy he is. Look how lazy. You're so lazy. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh my God, 45 push. Oh boy. And you guys have been super generous. So I normally, would be like, hey, we're past the 2-hour mark. We are now coming up on the 3.5-hour mark. I do think this is important enough to cover through, and you guys have been super generous. So we're going to run through it. But usually, what's good.
That is bizarre. And by the way,
bizarre.
Isolationism, your foreign policy is the foreign policy of Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama.
Oh, absolutely.
And it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm a big leftist. This is so silly. Now I'm Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. Okay. Let me just say one last thing.
So how is your foreign policy different from Jimmy Carter's? Seriously.
Please.
But
Please.
I asked that question seriously.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Jimmy Carter?
So
what century is this? I am the product of the last 25 years, watching carefully, being involved in the periphery, and I see an unending string of foreign policy disasters that have impoverished and hurt our country.
Unending string.
Unending string. They would include.
I agree. Ted Cruz is being rather smug right now. Articulate. Go ahead. Articulate how, because I know you obviously meant Tucker, but that's not what's happening. I mean, unless you want to, show that. Like, he's just taking the words that have already been discussed, elaborating on what's been there, and asking questions about what Ted Cruz thinks. Then following the logic of that, it doesn't follow with the other things that he said. How is that smug?
policy disasters that have
And I'll say, even if he is being smug at this point, he's earned it.
impoverished and hurt our country.
Unending string.
An unending string. They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way, in Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that. So these are failures. You helped preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I presided over?
Were you not listening? He just listed them. He just listed them. And I not to genuine question, I would also like to know if you think this is a good showing for Ted Cruz, Box.
Over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I?
Wait, I know we're going to be going for a minute, but
They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way.
Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and the Houthis. That's 5 right there.
In Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that. So these are failures. You helped preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I presided over?
Well, we were unable to beat Russia in the war that you supported against Russia. You've been spending the last 3 years telling us that Vladimir Putin is evil and we're going to beat him with other people's children. And 1 million of those kids are now dead. You've never apologized for that. That was a full failure.
By the way, look, the level of number of falsehoods you lay out just in one statement.
Which, take one. Name one, you slimy little fuck.
Statement are rather.
You haven't supported the war against Russia?
Are rather stunning. So the war
not an answer
against Russia was caused, which I had explained at great detail, by Joe Biden's weakness.
Mansplaining. Nobody asked what happened. We said, did you support it?
Yes.
But you supported the war.
If you want to talk, we can talk Russia and Ukraine. I'm happy to talk about it.
No, we're talking about support for wars that don't help America. You know, like the one that you're pushing for in this conversation.
Do you think that's been a success?
No, it's been an absolute disaster.
Okay, but you
Then why the fuck did you support it?
supported it. Shouldn't you apologize?
No, you should apologize.
He has. Tucker has. You should apologize. You apologize. I don't need to apologize. You apologize.
I'm not going to engage in the demanding of apologies. So I'm like, that's my point.
Here's 5 things that you supported. What things have I supported? Don't you think you should apologize? I'm not going to get into apologizing. I mean, what other word than woke? What other word fits here than woke? Give me another word to demonstrate the behavior that Ted Cruz is exhibiting here that is a better descriptor than woke.
Apologize. I'm not.
Yeah, right.
Absolute disaster.
Okay, but you supported it. Shouldn't you apologize?
No, you should apologize.
You should apologize.
I'm not going to engage in the demanding of apologies. So I'm like, that's my point. Is all these failures and no one ever says I'm sorry? Matter, or do you just throw out like if you want to talk, we can talk.
Okay, I do. I want to know why. That seems like
if you are understanding how well Tucker's handling this, how badly Ted Cruz is handling this, and how it should be Tucker who is the one who is frustrated and not Ted Cruz, then I welcome you into the mindset that I have when arguing with anyone. Just talk. Why is everything so emotional?
Like a true disaster for the United States. You have supported it.
Do you believe Joe Biden's weakness caused the war in Ukraine?
I think Joe Biden's aggression caused it.
His aggression? What aggression?
He demanded that Ukraine join.
Oh, well, he would never answer the question. He would just skip to, let me explain what happened.
I think Joe Biden's aggression caused it.
His aggression? What aggression?
He demanded that Ukraine join NATO. How does that help the United States?
It is a terrible idea, and I have vigorously opposed Ukraine joining NATO.
Okay, so that's what caused the war.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Do you want to know what caused the war? Look, you do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in facts. You're like, okay.
Okay, tell me.
Objection. He's literally asking you for the facts. I believe a relevant question that you refused to answer was, how do you know that? But yeah, not interested in facts at all.
I know what caused
Cope harder.
the like you do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in facts. You're like,
Cope.
Okay, tell
Cope.
me. It seems super obvious. You're absolutely right, and I'm sorry. That is a tick of mine that is wrong, and I mean this with sincerity. I'm sorry to do that to you. I just think it seems so obvious that sending Kamala Harris to the NATO Security Conference to say you're going to join NATO is what triggered the invasion days later.
okay, so can I? This will take a few minutes to lay out because it's complicated, but I think the facts matter. I think two things caused the war in Ukraine. Number one, I think Biden's incredible weakness and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, I
We knew that was
believe we need to leave Afghanistan, but not with the incompetence that led to 13 servicemen and women being murdered by terrorists there. The way Biden did that was disastrous, and I think our enemies looked to the commander in chief and said, "This president is weak." And when that withdrawal was so disastrous, I said publicly at the time, the chances of Putin invading Ukraine have just risen tenfold.
Right.
But secondly, and this is critically important.
Well, I agree. That was awful. The withdrawal.
And it was a major cause of our enemies all said, hey, this president is weak. And so it invited, and by the way, look, I just,
it was then. It was then they were like, nah, Biden's weak. It was only then.
And I think weakness and isolationism produces war because it invites aggression from our bad guys. It's why I agree with Ronald Reagan's peace through strength.
This is insane mental gymnastics. The best way to avoid wars is to get into wars. Because if you don't fight wars, then that's going to make wars. What? It's frustrating to remember that this is the level of intelligence that you get from politicians. Because what they are good at is politicking and not being smart, coming up with solutions or anything else. Who was it? Somebody was talking about, the Elon and Trump beef. And it's like, yeah, Elon, like you're engineering all this stuff, inventing all this stuff, and you're hanging out with fucking politicians who have literally no value to offer society.
It invites aggression from our bad guys. It's why I agree with Ronald Reagan's peace through strength. The best way you avoid war is being strong enough that your enemies don't want to mess with you. But let's get back.
Being strong and exerting strength are not the same things. We are strong. Us getting into a war does not, if anything, weakens us. But it doesn't take away our, or rather, it doesn't add strength by using the strength that you have. I'm a big, strong dude. I could do 45 push-ups. And I mean, more if you guys pay, but I could do 45 push-ups. But I'm not actually strong enough to do 45 push-ups unless I do 45 push-ups. That's Ted Cruz. It's so stupid. I'm having trouble coming up with a good analogy. It is so dumb. Strength through peace, or peace through strength, rather, is not the same thing as peace through war. That's what you are presenting. You're obfuscating the peace through strength to mean peace through war. Not the same thing.
To Ukraine and Russia.
Oh, now you want to get back to Ukraine and Russia.
Look, Putin didn't wake up 2 years ago and decided he wanted to invade Ukraine. He's wanted to invade Ukraine for decades. Putin has referred to the collapse of the Soviet Union as...
Well, that's exactly. DJ said the CIA was doing hardcore regime topples on Reagan's clock. Best not to bring him up. But that's exactly the argument that he's making. He's like, well, Reagan did it, and Reagan was awesome. Therefore, we should do it. That's his whole argument.
Ukraine for decades. Putin has referred to the collapse of the Soviet Union as, quote, the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. And Putin has long been explicit. His desire is to reassemble the old Soviet Union and, in fact, reassemble the Russian Empire that was even bigger than that. If you want to...
Did you watch this without me? Because if not, then I would like to thank you as well.
Assemble the Soviet Union. The natural place to start is Ukraine.
Do you really believe that?
Oh, bruh. I could do way more pull-ups or chin-ups or whatever the fuck you want to call them. I could do way more than push-ups. I have no body weight. So all of my, I was a drummer, so I got some good stuff. I played sports when I was younger, so I got, the in my formative years. But because I didn't really exercise after that, I could probably do maybe not twice as many, but like whatever the number of push-ups that you would find impressive for somebody who looks like me versus the number of chin-ups that you would think is impressive for a person that looked like me, I could do more of those chin-ups. I mean, I will. I don't have anything to do that, but hey, that ain't free, so donate and maybe I'll be able to afford one.
Assemble the Soviet Union. The natural place to start is Ukraine.
Do you really believe that Putin has territorial designs on Eastern Europe?
Yes.
What countries?
He has said that you can go and read his. Hold on. I don't want to lose the narrative of what happened, so we can go back.
Yeah, and I can't lose the narrative, Teddy boy. You can't. The narrative is all that matters.
Can do that, but I don't want to lose telling the story first. So let me explain this, and then if you want to go back, we can take all sorts of digressions. But just give me a couple of minutes to lay out the facts of what happened. He has wanted to invade Ukraine a long time. And he's done it before. In 2014, he invaded Ukraine, invaded Crimea. When Barack Obama was president, he invaded the southern portion.
You're welcome.
He did not invade the rest of the country. Why? And the reason is the principal source of revenue for Russia is oil and gas, and the natural gas pipelines run right through the country of Ukraine. And he didn't want to jeopardize his ability to get gas to Europe.
Right.
So in 2015, Putin started.
I'm not at all being a bigot, but if you saw somebody that looks like me, and then you saw somebody that looks like fucking Ronnie Coleman, and you think that they can do the same number of chin-ups, that's a weird line of logic.
A project called Nord Stream 2.
Did anything happen in 2014?
In terms of what?
Wasn't there a coup in Ukraine?
In terms of what? What was happening in 2014 with Ukraine and Russia? I don't know. I can't think of it. Like, even I, some culture warrior fucking little nothing. I know. 2014, I couldn't even, I'll prove to you, my point here is that I know that there was something either with Crimea or the Donbass in 2014 that was a big deal. That's as much as I know. He's in the fucking government. It's like 2014. Ukraine? Not sure.
So in 2015, Putin started a project called Nord Stream 2.
Did anything happen in 2014?
In terms of what? Was
mind blown.
Isn't there a coup in Ukraine run by the Obama administration?
Let me finish telling. I told you we'll take lots of digressions in a second. Let me finish telling the narrative.
The narrative, gotta stick to the narrative because other stuff might hurt my point here. Shout out to Garrett Grand with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, a treat for Morty A. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Always very much appreciated. Big shout out to Garrett Grand.
Yeah, I told you we'll take lots of digressions in a second. Let me finish telling the narrative. 2015, Putin began building Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is an undersea pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The entire purpose of Nord Stream 2 is when it was completed and turned on, it would let.
And real quick, if you're Tucker in this moment, that's when you start taking notes. Be like, you are not getting out of this. I have this question, that question, that question. Go ahead. Say whatever you need to say. I got these questions written down and they will meet your fucking face.
Russia circumvent Ukraine and get its gas straight to Europe. In 2019, Nord Stream 2 was almost complete. And the conventional wisdom in Washington was this is terrible, but there's nothing we can do about it.
But wait. I thought Ukraine was the good guys.
Stupid.
I didn't believe that. So I drafted sanctions legislation that was targeted to stop the pipeline. My legislation passed the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed the House, and Donald Trump signed it into law.
Can I ask, why wouldn't you want Germany to have cheap energy?
because it empowers Russia. And I believe in making our enemies weaker and our friends stronger.
Has blowing up Nord Stream made Germany stronger?
Not being dependent on Russia has made Germany stronger.
Do you think Germany is stronger now than it was 4 years ago?
I think not being dependent on Russia. Germany has all sorts.
That's not the fucking question.
Do you think Germany is stronger now than it was 4 years ago?
I think not being dependent on Russia. Germany has all sorts of problems, and many of them are domestic to their own politics. Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to.
No, but what you're saying, it doesn't.
I'm gonna say you've been saying that for an hour, bro. You've been saying that for an hour.
Germany seems so much weaker now that its energy costs have spiked and the manufacturing sector is collapsing because of that.
Let me finish. I'm focused on America's interest.
Are you though? Seems like you're focused on Israel's interests.
I don't want Russia stronger because I believe Russia is our enemy. You and I disagree on that. We can talk about that. But I want our enemies weaker. I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I want our enemies weaker. I don't want Europe dependent on Russia.
Head to TheIndianJesus.com. Get your very own Stop the Semantic Obfuscation. You can get a greeting card for... What's the next thing? For your girlfriend's birthday. I don't fucking know. TheIndianJesus.com.
It's weaker. I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I want our enemies weaker. I don't want Europe dependent on Russia. I don't want Putin rich with oil and gas revenues and able to invest in his military and pose a threat to America. So the sanctions legislation that I authored, it passed. Putin stopped building Nord Stream 2 literally the day that President Trump signed my sanctions legislation into law. He signed it, if I remember right.
I'm gonna speed this up a little bit because he's clearly just fucking filibustering.
At 7 p.m. on a Thursday, Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked, and it killed the pipeline. The pipeline lay dormant for over a year, just a hunk of metal at the bottom of the ocean. Joe Biden came into office. He was sworn in on January 20th, 2021.
Oh, was it? What is that what happened? Didn't know that. I'm thankful for Ted Cruz. I'm telling me when Joe Biden came into office.
Putin resumed deep sea construction of Nord Stream 2 4 days later, January 24th. He did so because Biden had foreshadowed weakness on this issue. That foreshadowing was accurate because several months later, Biden formally waived the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and let Putin complete the pipeline. In January of 2022, I forced a vote on the Senate floor to reimpose sanctions on Nord Stream 2. The week of the vote, President Zelensky in Ukraine publicly called on the Senate, please pass this sanctions legislation. It is the last best hope of stopping Russia from invading Ukraine. At the same time, the government of Poland put out a formal statement from the foreign ministry to the Senate, calling on the Senate to pass my sanctions legislation and said, if you do not, Putin will invade Ukraine. The day of the vote, Joe Biden came to Capitol Hill. It's the first time in his presidency he had done that. He went to the Democrat senators' lunch and he personally lobbied them on this issue, not any other issue. This was his number one issue that he came to lobby them on. They came out of that lunch. Every Democrat had voted with me twice against Nord Stream 2. 44 Democrats flipped their vote. They voted in favor of Russia, in favor of Putin, and 4 weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine. That was the direct cause of the war. And if Trump had been president, there would be no war in Ukraine.
So may I ask, I, of course, disagree with your analysis completely, but I want to be respectful.
Okay. So tell me what you disagree with.
It's such a long conversation. I've spent the last couple of years on this, and I just respectfully disagree with your analysis, but I don't doubt your sincerity that you believe that Putin is our enemy, that Western Europe should not be allowed to use Russian energy. I mean, you seem to really believe these things. My question is about results, because I think it's relevant to what we're seeing now in Iran. You look back after having you personally voted to send billions and billions and billions of US tax dollars to Zelensky to support his civil service and the war against Russia and all this stuff. Can you say that what you did worked?
Nope.
So I can say what I did.
Not answering the question, because if you could, then you would just say yes. But what you can say is something other than yes, because the answer is no.
Worked.
So I can say what I did personally, sanctioning Nord Stream 2 worked and prevented a war. And if Trump had still been there, if the sanction had been in effect, there would be no war. I'm in favor of avoiding wars.
But once the war broke out, you voted to fund it to the tune of billions and billions and billions.
And to be clear,
and did that work?
Okay, to be clear, what I voted for the initial tranche of funding, and then I voted against the subsequent one. So it hasn't worked. So I've been in between. I haven't been on the full Ukraine, full-throated hawk side or the anti from day one. I voted for the initial tranche of funding because I wanted Russia to lose. I think the Biden administration administered it in a horrible way.
We know your pussy's loose, all right? Stop trying to hit on me.
I think they wasted a ton of money. And I think what they did was actually incoherent because they were funding both sides of the war. I was very vocal. And among other things, flooding $100 million to Iran, which was used, among other things, to help the nuclear program, but also to make drones that Russia used to fight.
So here's my concern. I'm not going to defend the Biden administration. Really did a lot to wreck the United States.
Yeah, the most damaging administration
at the end, where we sit now, Russia is stronger. It's closely allied long-term with China.
I don't know that Russia's stronger. I don't think that's right.
Okay.
I love it because it's so dismissive when it's like you just asked for a 17-minute being hyperbolic thing to give your narrative, and then we get back into the conversation and you're trying to control it again. And Tucker's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Beautiful.
Closely allied long-term with China.
I don't know that Russia's stronger. I don't think that's right.
Okay. I think it's pretty obvious that it is, but it's certainly not destroyed. And it's allied long-term with China.
Maybe that there's no doubt Biden's foreign policy drove Russia into the arms of China, and that's concerning.
I don't think he's sure about anything.
They also have a long history of animosity.
Western Europe is weaker and more in debt. The United States is weaker and much more in debt.
Look,
hold on. So
I are agreeing on a lot.
We're agreeing. Here's my question: have you questioned any of your previous assumptions? Did you play any role in this at all? Are you responsible at all?
Of course, and like you said.
What have you learned?
Like you said you've changed your mind.
Yeah,
I voted for the first funding of the Ukraine war, and I voted against every subsequent funding stream because it wasn't working. And I looked at what was happening and said, this is not working. And had the money been spent in an intelligent way and not wasted, and had it been successful, I might have been willing to fund more. But it wasn't successful, so I voted no. And the war's going to end. Look, President Trump campaigned on ending the war. I think he's frustrated because Putin has been less than eager to reach a deal to end the war, but it's going to end. You're not going to see another dollar coming from Congress.
Do you think Zelensky wants to end the war?
I think Zelensky has behaved horribly. I think his Oval Office meeting will go down in history as the worst Oval Office meeting of any leader that has ever come to the Oval Office. I think he behaved like a pompous ass.
Projection.
And I think he is unrealistic. I think Zelensky spends his time with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the New York Times, and he believed he was going to the Oval Office as a resist figure. And I think he's doing real damage to his country right now.
You described him many times as a hero.
I don't recall ever using the word hero. I will say, look, I'm not a Zelensky cheerleader, and I'm not in the business of saying everyone we support has to be a saint and everyone we oppose has to be a villain. I'm not in the morality game. I'm in
Clearly, you're in the money game, which is the politics game. It's all the same shit. I'm not in the morality game. I don't care about what is right. I don't care about what is wrong. All I care about is what's good for me. He said it out of his own fucking face. I'm not in the morality game. That's what he said. I'm not in the morality game. Well, fuck you then. Because I am in the morality game. Shout out to Ricardo. Welcome to the party. Yeah, I mean, go Tucker.
Everyone we support has to be a saint and everyone we oppose has to be a villain. I'm not in.
Yes. Everybody that we oppose should be doing something wrong. Everyone that we support should not be doing wrong things. What is this? What?
In the morality game. I'm in the U.S. interest game. Why did I want Nord Stream 2 stopped? Because it would strengthen Russia, and Russia's our enemies. It's entirely U.S. interest.
Did you support the industrial sabotage against it, blowing it up?
So I think you believe America did that.
That's not the answer to the question. Why is it so difficult? And again, I know the answer is that it's not difficult. He's just very good at being a politician and absolutely nothing else.
Industrial sabotage against it, blowing it up?
So I think you believe America did that. Is that right?
Of course.
Okay, I think the chances of that are zero.
You think Russia did it?
No, I think Ukraine did it. Okay, so
Box, this kind of undergirds the previous comment, but I'll let you all work it out.
Don't know. So I don't know who did it. In terms of the theories that had been put out there, the idea that Russia blew up their own pipeline never made any sense to me at all. That just, I can't even articulate.
Of course it doesn't. Because, like, why would a country do something that makes them look like a victim. Well, I mean, it's like waving a flag when there's not like a flag there. It's like I don't even know what you would call it, like a false flag.
Articulate why they would do that. The idea that Biden did that, look, I could see it being in U.S. interest to do that, to blow up Nord Stream 2. I just think Biden was too weak. I don't believe Joe Biden.
But are you in? I guess you in.
But was Biden actually in charge, or was it whoever was behind the auto pen?
So that leaves
The Norwegians, the
Shaggy in the building. Wasn't he?
The Ukrainians, NATO, whatever.
Look, that leads me to, you know, who benefits. And it leads me to think either the Ukrainians blew it up or Ukraine's allies. I don't think Biden did, because Biden was so weak, I don't think he would give the order. I find that implausible.
But you're in favor of it.
And I think I like United States Cruz is horrible off script. I think what the podcast age, for a lack of a better term, has showed us is that they're all terrible. They're all terrible off script. We had a society where people with this amount of power never had to have a conversation that the constituents would see. That world is over. And, you know, this is a hangover from that. But hopefully, this is another reason why I don't think we need a Trump third term, that MAGA itself can produce people who can have conversations. Not a big ask. Not a big ask.
In favor of stopping it. I think blowing it up was a good thing. So I'm supportive of that, but I don't think America did that. I don't think Biden gave that order.
But in
I
general,
could see Trump giving that order, but he wasn't in office.
Yeah. And you think that the largest act of industrial sabotage in history helped our allies in Western Europe or other fellow NATO members?
Look, I got to say, I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking.
Well, why are you so invested in defending Israel? To the point where you're willing to get us into a war. Maybe he's interested in defending Russia because you guys wanted to get us in a war. You see how this works? We don't like war.
You with that, I'm genuinely like, I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia.
Actually, I was defending Western Europe, the home of my ancestors, and that tripling their energy costs and destroying their industrial base. Not like you just accused me of being an anti-Semite, an isolationist, and a Russia lackey. I've not called you a neocon once, which you are, but I haven't said that.
I've never called you a neocon, which you are. Dilly to Tucker Carlson.
Third, those neocons that oppose the Iraq War.
Right.
But like that's
okay.
Which neocons opposed the Iraq War?
But I haven't called you that because
you just said, which you are. You just called that.
Okay.
Called me that. You just did.
I guess what I'm saying is you're triggered because I use name calling. I get it. I was triggered when you called me names. And I'm triggered once again that you're calling me a Russia defender when in fact I'm defending Western Europe. And I don't think that you
Do you think Putin's our enemy?
Well, he's literally our enemy. You are funding a war against him.
Do you think he is our? No, you're saying we're his enemy. Do you think Putin is our enemy?
I think it is a tragedy that your policies, specifically yours, helped drive Putin into the arms of China, forming a bloc that's larger than us.
So you won't answer that question.
Oh, now we're holding people to answering questions. Now we're holding people to answering questions. Does that put one in the chat if you think that counts as a projection? It's not a direct projection, but I feel like it counts. If I say 3 ones in the chat, we got a projection.
Drive Putin into the arms of China, forming a bloc.
There you go. Buckmaster would be proud. This is what we're working towards. Hey, guys. I forgot what I asked you to do that for.
Your policies, specifically yours, helped drive Putin into the arms of China, forming a bloc that's larger than us.
I forgot what I asked. What are the ones for? Fuck. I got distracted by the Morty thing. What did it mean? Sorry, somebody tell me, and we'll get back to it.
Specifically yours, helped drive Putin into the arms of China, forming a bloc that's larger than us.
So you won't answer that question.
Going back to the something like that. Fuck, what the fuck was it? I guess it's some boomer senility. I would say more that there's fucking a bunch of people here talking to me, but you know.
I don't. He is literally our.
Oh, the projection! Projection! Thank you. There you go. Projection.
A bloc that's larger than us.
So you won't answer that question.
I don't. He is literally our enemy right now. That is a tragedy for the United States.
No, you're saying, but you won't say he is our enemy. And look, like
he just said it.
In what sense? I don't want to be enemies with Russia. It doesn't help us at all. It may help some people in the United States, but in general,
let me be clear,
I don't want to be.
I don't want to be at war with Russia. I don't think it is in our interest to be at war with
aligned
Russia.
With China. That is a disaster.
But listen, no doubt, and I want Russia and China attention. So I agree with you there.
Okay, and then Ukraine helped the relationship between China and Russia, or hurt the relationship between Russia and China?
But I think Putin is a KGB thug. I think he is a bad man. Now, I don't want to go to war.
He's a bad man.
With him over that. But I'm not naive. And like I watched
He's
your
bad
episode.
Man. He's a bad man. Okay.
Look, I watched your episode where you went to the Russian grocery store, and I'm
was that disloyal? Do you think
it was just weird? It was like a promo video for Russia, and I don't understand. I'm not attacking you when I ask why, because I'm genuinely like I don't get
like when you
bad to the bone, bad.
I mean, you weren't attacking me; you were just noticing.
No,
but may I ask you a question? So here, well, let me just answer yours by saying the United States, the Biden administration, with your help, full support, began this war.
The feminist talking point. He's a bad man. Well, no, the feminist talking point would be he's a man, therefore he is bad. But yeah,
Russia, in response to their invasion of Ukraine, and one of the things was they kicked Russia out of SWIFT, of the international financial system. Yeah. And my first response was, "This is going to really hurt the U.S. dollar," which it has, and I hope someday we can have a conversation about that. It's really, really hurt the one thing that we needed, which was to retain dollar supremacy. So I was interested in the economic condition.
By the way, that's a reasonable point and a serious conversation.
I'm aware. And I was,
but I can agree with you. Like,
no, but I was accused of being, I think it's weird that you went to a Russian grocery store and said it was prosperous. No, my point is.
It looked like a commercial. It looked like a commercial. Isn't this wonderful?
No, it was an argument against the efficacy of sanctions. Sanctions against Russia, which you casually and enthusiastically imposed, scoring a little moral victory every time, had no material effect that helped the United States. Russia is backstopped by China, and I recommend that you go there and see it. It is way nicer than Washington, D.C. Way nicer. To me, that's a tragedy. I was horrified and angry at my leaders, including you. It's like, I want to live in a country that's nice, with low food costs.
How dare you want to live in a country that's nice? Got low food costs. He has been
horrified and angry at my leaders, including you. It's like, I want to live in a country that's nice, with low food costs. How dare you? And no homeless people.
All right,
I don't understand why that's too much to ask.
So do
Instead, I get wars with Iran. No.
We got about 6.5 minutes left on this, and then it's time for the after party. Remember, guys, that pinned link is your free pass to the after party. It is for members only, but you get a free pass because I care so much about hanging out with you guys. And you do not have to turn your camera on. As you saw from the video, Indie Film was the only one in there with their camera on. I usually have a camera on, but that's because it's just I'm vain and I like to look at myself. But yeah, we just hanging out and talking.
All right.
I don't understand why that's too much to ask.
So do
Instead, I get wars with Iran. No, I just want lower food costs. How's that?
So look,
how dare you?
It's a weird argument that you do often, which is, listen, things are crappy in America. Liberals have done bad things to America, so we shouldn't worry about any enemies
liberals,
around
Republican
the world.
senators.
Republicans
don't care about us. They're focused on other countries.
You wrote that.
Republican senators. It's almost like all of MAGA and America First has been saying for the last. Okay, that might be you, because can someone else click that link and make sure that it's working, because it's working for me. Discord launched. Yeah, just anybody, especially if you're already in there. It's just going to show that you're already in there. So, yes, please let me know. Nick's link works. The pinned link also works. So, I see. Nope. All right. Well, yeah. Send me an email. Wait, come on. TheIndianJesusOfficial@gmail.com. We will get you in there. We will get you in there.
You shouldn't worry about
No,
any
not
enemies
liberals,
around
Republican
the world.
senators.
Republicans
They don't care about us. They're focused on other countries.
You wrote that
and
in
our country is dying, and you don't care because you're focused on Iran or Putin.
So you believe that I don't care about America. I guess you believe Donald Trump doesn't either. Like nobody cares.
I believe that your focus is way too on other countries. It's way too focused outward. The money that you send abroad could be used here and should be.
What money that I send abroad, by the way, I emphatically agree with
Ukraine, Ukraine, Israel. I mean, that's just the start. Those are the big ones. But
it's Ukraine, you don't even know.
I emphatically agree with Donald Trump's, for example, dramatically slashing USAID. I think the only reason we should be deploying that is to benefit U.S. interest, national security interest, and keep Americans safe. And so,
any update from anybody? The links are working for you? Yes or no?
So,
how much did you vote to send to Ukraine?
Look, you were in about $80 billion.
$80 billion.
Yeah.
$80 billion. Jesus Christ.
So you're in. You love just giving these broad characterizations that are not accurate. I'm genuinely puzzled. Look, I don't want to.
Okay, did it work?
Go to war with Russia. But I don't think they're our friend. I think Putin.
I agree.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar, and I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the KGB. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba.
Nick, do not use that link. That is a temporary link, but we have a permanent link pinned and then a fresh link there. If it's not working, send me an email. We'll figure it out.
Hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad. My aunt was imprisoned and tortured by Castro. I hate communists. I think communism is evil. And so I think there is a value there is nobody who stands up to communist China more in the Senate than I do, because I think they're evil. Do I want to go to war with China? Of course not. That would be ridiculous, but I think we have all sorts of tools.
Yeah, so wait, come on. If you can't get it, send me an email and we will get you in there.
To stand up to our enemies. And I think China is engaged in a 1,000-year war against the United States. Okay. They're trying to defeat us.
We're so all over the map. We're your family in prison in Cuba and China and all this stuff. I agree with you. I'm totally opposed to communism, always have been. I don't think that Putin loves us. I'm distressed by the moral condition of most leaders around the world. Most of them, they all kill people. I'm against that. I'm just saying, I wish the focus here was more on the United States. Can I say something?
I actually don't agree with that statement. They all kill people. There's a moral relativism. So I don't think Donald Trump is a murderer. He doesn't kill people. We don't have concentration camps.
Hold on. Didn't you just say, I'm not in the morality game? And now you're talking about morality.
I wish the focus here was more on the United States. Can I say something?
I actually don't agree with that statement. They all kill people. There's a moral relativism.
They do all kill people.
So I don't think Donald Trump is a murderer. He doesn't kill people. We don't.
Okay, so if I'm in charge of you in any capacity, and your job or your livelihood or your life is dependent on doing what I say, and I say bomb those innocent people, and you press the button, did we not both engage in killing people? That doesn't mean that I regret my vote for Donald Trump, but he absolutely fucking killed people.
Statement, they all kill people. There's a moral relativism. So I don't think Donald Trump is a murderer. He doesn't kill people. We don't have concentration camps.
Donald Trump a murderer.
You just said world leaders all kill people.
Yes, they do.
And there's a moral relativism.
I'm hardly a moral relativist.
But you are. That statement was the essence.
I'm an anti-Semite, an isolationist, a moral relativist.
No, but that is an appropriate place to have moral relativism. We don't judge these politicians. We say it all the time. If we judge these politicians the same way we judge each other, then nobody would ever get elected because all of these people are terrible, horrible, bad, very bad people. So we understand that relative to other politicians, this is what is and is not acceptable. That's moral relativism. But you wouldn't have a fucking job if you didn't benefit from it. You fucking moron.
That statement was the essence
I'm an
of
anti-Semite, an isolationist, a moral relativist. Okay. No, I'm not.
Did you just say
I'm
world
saying-
leaders all
I'm
kill people?
saying I'm against killing people in general.
So
and hyperventilating about how Putin was in the KGB or whatever. I just want to serve American interests, and pushing into China is not in our interest at all. And you helped do it, and you haven't apologized. And you
that's
should.
good. And by the way, you're the cheerleader. I helped drive him into China.
You
It's
did.
a complete lie.
You funded the war against him.
No, I authored the legislation that
Wait. How is it blackpilled to acknowledge that wars kill people and world leaders order war action? Like what? It's just a statement of fact.
shut down Nord Stream 2 that prevented the war. And if Trump had still been in the White House, we would have had the war. And look, the comment you made, the reason things like moral relativism are so dangerous, everyone kills people. No, there is a difference. The United States, we don't have concentration camps. We don't torture and murder people.
Straw man after straw man after straw man. Nobody in this conversation was talking about camps. Nobody was talking about torture. And even you're stretching it with murder because we are specifically talking about war, and he said killing. Not all killing is murder. As Tucker has been very clear, self-defense is a big factor. 1,000-year war. And indeed, morality is, in fact, subjective. You might believe that your that the object of your morality is God, but until you can prove that that is in existence, it's just your subjective opinion.
You look at China, where they've got 1 million prisoners in concentration camps. You look
right. That's Ted saying, murder and concentration camps and torture. He said they all kill people.
Torture and murder people. You look at China, where they've got 1 million prisoners in concentration camps. You look at Putin, where he's got prisoners in Siberia. He tortures and murders his political opponents. Donald Trump doesn't do that. America doesn't do that. And by the way,
what are you
most
even
other
talking
countries
about?
don't do that.
I see the game. It's like I'm
No, you're the one
distressed.
playing a game.
I'm distressed.
No, I'm responding with facts. You don't like the fact.
Are you though? You are literally giving your opinion. You are literally giving your opinion.
I don't even know what facts you're talking about. I'm not.
Yep. And is that not how the world works? What's something that doesn't go?
Saying that Trump puts people in concentration camps. I campaigned for Trump. I love Trump.
So did I.
Okay. So this has nothing to do with Trump. I'm merely.
Well, I mean, you were running against him. Let's not forget about that.
When you said every world leader kills people, it puts
just
some
want more
on
emphasis on what's happening inside the country. That's it.
Is there
That's
a moral
it.
difference between America and our enemies? Is there
Are
a
you
moral difference
joking?
between America?
Of course.
And what is it? But articulate it. It's
American.
valuable to say why.
I mean, I'm getting tired of it, but projection. The first question was, why is this regime change war different? And how are we going to play it out so that it doesn't follow the other regime change wars that have been monumental failures? What is it? Articulate it. It's valuable to say why. I agree, Ted.
Why are we a better country founded on better values than China?
I'll tell
What's
you.
the difference?
I'll tell you why.
And I know
because the whole purpose of America is to protect the God-given rights that each person possesses by virtue of being created by God.
Amen.
By being human. That's the point of our founding documents. And no other country articulates that in the way that we do. And that's what I love about America. My family's been here a long time. I'm never leaving. So I really love the country, despite going to a Russian grocery store, despite asking questions about AIPAC. I love America is the truth. And I love Trump. So, but I just want more emphasis on America. That's it.
I emphatically agree with America first. I think Donald Trump does as well.
Maybe you agree with it, but are you a good America first representative? Maybe you think what you're doing is putting America first, But in reality, you're just doing mental gymnastics to put Israel first and say that it's America first.
And I think his foreign policy has been
And the link Nick just dropped does work.
vigorously protecting that. And I agree with the president.
Good. Well, I appreciate your taking all this time.
Sure.
And I know you didn't mean it. You called me those names. Thank you, Senator.
Oh my God.
So
Well, shit. Well, shit. I guess it's World War fucking 3. Is it not? It is World War fucking 3. At least if we continue this way. If we continue this way, we are not in a good spot. I am not excited for the Ted Cruzes of the world to continue doing this. You guys know what time it is. You guys know what time it is. You guys came through with the swole goal. $90. I've now got to do 45 push-ups. I am not promising I can make it, but I'm promising you I will try my best. Pay yourselves, guys. If you can't do 45, do 30. If you can't do 30, do 20. If you can't do 20, do 10. If you can't do 10, do 5. If you can't do 5, do girl push-up. Do something. Get active. Here we go. Here we go. Swole goal time, baby. Swole goal time, baby. There. All right. Get me his little ass. Look how little. Look how little. Look how little they are. We gotta bulk it up. Here we go. 45. 45. I'm gonna try my best. All right. I need a little bit more width on this one. All right. Ready? Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 1, 2. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Give me a sec. I got 2 more. I can do this. 2 more. 2 more. Let's fucking go. 1. And 2. Yes. Woo! I'm fucking beat. I'm fucking beat. How many did you guys do? How many did you guys do? There's more lies from a politician of the leading prison state in the union, close to Cali stats. Yep. Yeah, try your phone. The phone, your phone should be very easy to do that as well. But again, send me that email. We will figure it out. DJ said the Israeli-Iran thing is way too conventional so far. Fishy. It's the feds. It's always the feds. And there you go. Waco Mine. Paying yourself. I think Nick is still going. Nick is either still going or he's too drunk. But by the way, guys, thank you so very, 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 very much. Look at all this. Look at all of this. All of it. You guys see how it doesn't need to be these monster donations. If everybody works together, $1 here, $2 there, $5 there, like, I mean, it adds up. And I wish that the world didn't cost money. But it does. The world costs money. And I want to keep doing this and keep growing this as much as I can. And if I could do that without your guys' monetary help, I absolutely would do that. But unfortunately, I cannot. So a big thank you to each and every one of you, whether you donated or not. You spending time here when you can be doing anything else in the world also means the world to me. Yes, we need money to live, but what this is really about, it's not just, a fun show to come and talk about stuff. That's important. I think it's important that we break these things down and understand what's really going on. But building community, especially with people who may not think exactly the same way you do, is crucial. That has to be done. It has to be done. Oh, Nick, only 20. Oh, man. That alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol. Once again, guys, thank you. Look at him. He's full. He's in nap mode. Guys, once again, this is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. We are live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you hit that subscribe, especially if you are new. Ring that bell. Hit the like if you have not already. And one other thing that really does help, as soon as the stream is over, leave a comment underneath. Not just the chat, but leave a comment underneath. All of that stuff really does help. And of course, sharing the video, all that good stuff. You know what it is. Thank you. Oh, Bryson at the last minute. What is good? Hey, just because you didn't catch the stream does not mean that the replay is not there. You can watch that right meow. And if I do say so myself, aside from my additions, it is very important to see what we just watched. So check it out. I will be back. Thank you so very, very much. Until next time, guys, that is Morty. I am Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.